let's jump into the game. Let us continue the inciting. That's a different word, but it's close enough, right? Let's solve either the puzzles we intend to solve or other more tantalizing puzzles. One of the two. That seems probably one of those two is going to happen. Decent odds that some puzzles, either intended or not, are going to be solved. Which I'm looking forward to. Once this loading screen gets by, this game certainly takes its sweet time to get anywhere. Which, I mean, also fitting for the rest of the game. Alright, so don't need to be doing any of that. And while I'm sitting here, we can pick up some Luminous quests. Yo, it's rare. Heck yeah. I'm gonna do it. Requires me to do Morphic Fractals. I hate that. That's terrible news. Spherical puzzles. Alright, let's do hidden objects and leitmotifs. That's easier to get done. And then figure out where the heck I'm going. I suppose we should go to one of these, it's a Fibonacci rare quest. Oh, it is. It's 112358. It's too bad the rare quests don't have names. This would probably have, like, some cute Fibonacci-related name. Neat. Ooh. Elaborate. Wait. Hold on. There... What? There's a matchbox, like, right in the middle of that tree up there? There. What an incredibly suspicious place for a matchbox. Also, that looks like it might be lore. Let's go find out. I like lore. I'm already off to a raring start in terms of going to intended places and doing intended things. Trans-universal proverb. Two who stand together have one shadow. Ah, yes. What a gem of wisdom that is. What do you suppose that means? Alright, what happened to that, armillary ring that I, like, just ran over, passed through? Hello? Oh. Hi. Oh. Oh, I can't actually crawl through the log? That's too bad. Denied. The map shows you how many lore is left in each region. I believe that. That sounds like a real thing that happens. What are we doing here? That's missing a lot, but if I go from this angle, like, Pachoom? Heck yeah. Pachoom! That's not a puzzle. That's just a walkway. Alright, that's fine. I'll allow it. I should, I suppose, head in a direction. Maybe an appropriate direction for one of my quest markers. Man, there's that monolith. I still haven't done it. How have I still not done a thing with a monolith? There's so much in this game to get distracted by. Are either of these matchboxes things I want to deal with? A little bit. Man, matchboxes are so annoying. I don't think they're the most annoying kind of puzzle in this game, but they are so annoying. Because you see one and you're like, okay, I know how to resolve this. I just find its opposite matchbox. And it feels like it would be such a light investment. Still trying to work out what I'm doing with the circles. Alright, the next time I run into an Armillary Rings puzzle, I will actually be a little bit more explanatory about what's going on. Okay, which one are you? The one that's down here. That I can't see from in here. Are you kidding me? Wait a minute. I heard hidden puzzle noises. There you are. Wait a minute. Now I can't see the other one. There we go. Got him. Okay, so 4 stars? Is this what we're doing with the first hour of stream? Yeah, sure, why not? The important thing is the Pachum, probably. Oh my god. All of these numbers and then a galaxy in the middle. Okay. No dark squares. Connect all dark cells. Exactly 1 symbol per light area is fascinating here. Okay. And rotational symmetry for the galaxy. All right, well, we start this off by clearing out all the ones. All right, all of the ones have now been resolved. Now we separate everything that needs separation, which is everything. Everything needs separation. Anybody else need separation? That is all of the people that need separating. All right, so this too has to go here. Easy. This comes up, which means this comes up, which means this separates. And that goes here. This comes up. This needs to come out. Separate. Connect. 6. Come out. Excellent. 5 means one of these two is light, so this is dark. This needs to come out, so this is light. Excellent. Off to a raring start. Engines are flooded? Wait, that's bad for engines. Engines are doing something. Whatever it is that engines do, I'm sure they're doing it. This galaxy is going to be really interesting here. Or it's just going to be surrounded by dark cells. That seems pretty likely also. This needs to be dark. It cannot be a lone light cell. And now this is where things get a little more difficult. Don't make this pattern is probably my next solution point. Firing on all cylinders, yes. That is a thing that engines do. So this goes here and here. So as to not accidentally make a 2x2. No squares allowed. We're too hip, too cool for squares. And all dark cells need to be connected. They can't fit together and make a square. If they make a square, it's illegal. Lots of places for this 3 to go. So can't really say anything about that. How many places can this 7 go? Through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's going to be a lot of this. I think that guarantees this spot, right? Because if this is involved, this has to be light. And if neither of these are involved, that's not enough room to actually make a 7. So this has to be light. And then there's this and these 4. So minimum 1 of these 2. And it certainly can't be this dark and the rest light. So this has to be light also. Which means this has to be dark here, which means we have to do exactly that. Dark cell comes out, make the 2. Dark comes out. The 3 needs to extend. The 3s can't talk to each other. This 3 is finished. And further progress has been made in some ways. I think one can argue that what I have done here is progress. Thank you, Mr. 7. You were helpful. What's the next spot that's helpful? These 2 light here, so this dark. Unclear what else needs to be done here. This cannot be light. Cannot be light? Okay, if this is light and this is light, that makes 4, that's illegal. If this is light and this is dark, this is sealed off. So this can't be light, it has to be dark. I can probably do that same kind of math for a bunch of other locations, like here. Like, if this is light, where does it connect to? Does it, like, go all the way out here? If there's any light here, does it go all the way out here to the galaxy? It has to. It has to. Wait, there has to be light out here because I can't make a 2x2 dark. And it has to then connect to the galaxy. Oh, we have work to do here. So I can almost treat parts of this as like light cells have to be connected because there has to be light cells out here and they have to connect out to here. Oh, interesting. Not only do there have to be light cells out here, they have to connect out to here. They have to connect opposite as well. So like anywhere that's light here has to be light out here as well. Woo! This is neat. This is neat. Because they have to connect through the galaxy. Okay. So let's see how much of this I can determine. If there's any light in here, and there has to be at least one light cell in here, it has to come out through here to connect to the galaxy, right? So we have to have this, at minimum, be light, which means that happens there. And then this connects through the galaxy out to here. So we need to rotate this all the way out to here and connect it. Right? So from here... One, 2 here. Light, 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 light. And this needs to connect out to here like that. Okay, and it can't touch the 7. And it can't touch the 3. Wow, wild. Alright, this needs to come out that way. This needs to come out that way. And this probably connects to there, and then this goes all the way around. Probably. Alright, so for this to connect to the galaxy, though, it needs to come out to here, which means this is happening. Which means this is disconnected there. One more. Very cool. Very cool. Some amount of additional progress is being made. Slowly but surely, progress is being made. This is neat. This is a really neat, kind of, extra effect to put on this kind of board. Let's see. This has to connect to this 4 somehow. One of these 2. Maybe both. It could be a square. Light cells are allowed to make squares. What are you doing here? These can't both be dark. They cannot both be light. One of them needs to be light, the other one needs to be dark. If it's light dark, that's legal. If it's light dark, then there needs to be dark coming out to here, which I guess is probably legal. Probably legal. All right, I'm gonna leave it. I can also make predictions about any dark cells touching this, right? Because if it's dark on this side, then it can't be light on this side, because then it would unbalance the rotational symmetry of the galaxy. So, like, this cell here is dark. So an equivalent cell here has to be dark. But then this cell here is dark, so the equivalent cell here has to be dark, right? And it's just the ones touching. So this one out here, I can't necessarily determine. This could be light out here, as long as it's not touching connected to this area. Likewise, this one, I can't quite say that this one is guaranteed dark, because if these two are dark, this could be light, because it just doesn't matter. It just needs to not be connected to this. I mean, these two can't both be dark, but still. Actually, no, wait. Not but still. If these two can't both be dark, and they can't, because then these two would have to be dark, and then this wouldn't be connected to anything, then at least one of these two has to be light. So this has to be mirrored. I did it. I found one more cell. One more. All we need to do is do that. I can't count the number of gray cells automatically, but some number of more times. Let's see. This 4 and this 3 are actually in the same position mirrored, which makes me wonder if we go out to right next to it or not. What else can I determine from here? Still wondering about this 3. One of these two has to be light. Maybe both, but probably not. Here as well, one of these two has to be light. If this is dark... If this is dark, that's illegal, because then this has to be dark, and it can't be dark. So this has to be light. There we go. Progress. And then one of these remaining 3 cells. The dark can't connect. Oh, dark can connect through here if this is light. That would work, actually. All right, well, let that one go. I feel like I ought to be able to figure this out now. But I guess it depends on where some of these dark cells connect or don't connect. Like, if this is closed off, then that tells me that these have to connect up through here, but I don't know whether or not this is going to be closed off. My money's on yes. My suspicion is the owl looks something like light, dark, but I don't have confirmation of that yet. And if this connects that way, I don't have to extend the 7 this way. The 7 could go down. Let's see. For this 4, do I have any rules about how it can or cannot extend out this way? Like, this could be light and part of the 4, then we'd have to go dark to dark there. This could be dark and not part of the 4. Then this could be light. This could also be light. Yep. Maybe the square rule has knock-on effects that I can take care of now? Like, one of these two has to be light. They can't both be light. And this one... Oh, this could connect to the galaxy, though. This could still just be light on its own. So it could be, like, dark light. That would be legal, as long as this light connects to the galaxy. Same here. Yeah, unfortunately, this is too close to the galaxy for me to make hard and fast rules about what can and cannot be light. Over here, maybe we can do something similar? None of this is going to be connected to the galaxy because this stuff is already blocked off pretty fully from the galaxy. So I'm not too worried about making sure any of this connects out. So any light cells out here have to connect to numbers. So this light is actually impossible because it can't get to the 4 or the 2. So this has to be dark. Which means this has to be light. And that has to come out to the 4. And then one of these two completes it. So it has to be dark here, here, and here. Alright. Alright. Cool. Cool. Where else can I start extrapolating? One of these two, so this is dark, which means this has to be... Oh, this has to be light anyway. And then this has to step out here. Now we have more instances of cannot make square. Exactly one symbol per light area. Man. I'm looking at this and wondering if I can figure this out. I don't think I can from where I'm at, but... These two are these. Okay, so this is in perfect symmetry at the moment. Good. Great, you love to hear it. What's next over here? What's next over here? How do we get this further out? Some number of light over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But we also need a light in here. So it's probably this one, but I don't know that I can be conclusive about that. What if it's light and light? Like, is that legal? If this is light, it could just be like a row of 3 lights straight down and then across. So that's all. That all seems valid. This is... Let's see. Either this is light or this is light. One of these two. So this actually, this dark cell definitely can't connect back to this dark, no matter what. So this has to connect forward, out this way. I say forward. Has to connect left, so that, which means that. And now that it's connected to this mass, it's probably fine. What does that mean for here? Do you have to go out here? Can you go down? One of these two must be light. Do I have anything conclusive about how it needs to get back to the galaxy through here? Like around this 3 and then down? Not really. Can't touch the 3 directly. Can't touch the 7 directly. But that's still a lot of space to go through. So that's still really open. Gosh, what else? What else do we have here? This 7 also still really open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, easy. This 7 is still really, really free at the moment. This has to, at minimum, go down to here, though. So if the 7 is extending to the left... Ooh, this is actually a little bit more limited than I thought. Okay, hang on. So, in terms of the amount of space left on the bottom here, right? This would have to be dark. This would have to be light so this can get through. This would have to be dark so it doesn't connect to the 7. And then the 7 could be here. Which means there is no way for this dark to come up and connect to the rest of the dark out this way. Right? Because for the 7 to have enough room here, yeah, there's no way. So this has to connect up through here, which means this has to do this has to do that. And this has to do this. So this has to do this. And this is connecting through here. Which could still be straight across and up like that. Because this could be light as part of the 7. But this won't be able to be symmetrical with that. Like, if this is dark here, then this light would have to reach all the way around to there in order to prevent a square from existing. Like that. But then there's room, no, here, right? If this is dark, then light would have to come around like that. Come out to here at least. And we know that this can't get out that way. So this needs to be, for this to connect to this dark, which I think needs to happen, this and this need to be dark. I'm just going to do this because that is clear to me that that's how it needs to work. I'm just going to make assumptions a little bit. Make a little bit of an assumptions. Because it is clear to me that it needs to work that way. I feel like I have sufficiently proved it to myself, even if I haven't proved it on an individual cell level. Draw the rest of the beak of the owl, yes. Bit by bit, the owl is taking shape. So how much room does this 7 have? This can't be part of the 7. And this needs to connect to this. So that's still like through to here. Right? Dark, light, dark. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that fixed? Is that guaranteed? What if this is light? Then dark. Then light. If this is light, this is dark. This is light. Dark here. This has to go out like that. So to here. Dark, dark. That's not enough room for the 7. This can't be... This has to be dark. And then... this light has to connect through here. Right? Could still... Like, this can't be part of this light here. It can be light, but it can't be part of this light. Can this light here, which means dark? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sure. Like, I don't think I can reasonably just go, yeah, these three are light, these three are dark, and move on with my life. That sounds like a little bit of an overreach. Can I do more here? Can we figure the rest of this out? Not immediately. Maybe here? This 4? And this 3? Like, can this be light as part of the 4? And then dark, dark, and then 3 out to here? Sure? Maybe there's more square-related information that I can handle here. Right? Here, maybe? Now that I've filled this in, maybe I can conceivably determine true statements about squares here? Wait, if this is light, this needs to be dark, which means this needs to be light, and that would need to be like this. That seems like it would be legal, actually. Sure, why not? We still don't know how this dark is escaping, this way or this way. One of these two needs to be light. They could both be light, right? This could just be light, light, but that would mean light, light, which would definitely be illegal. So they can't both be light. Can it be dark, light? If it's dark, light, where does this light connect to? This could go around and connect that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 could connect to the 7. Yeah, okay. So dark, light, potentially real. And easy for it to be light, dark. But they can't both be light and they can't both be dark. Which is helpful, question mark? Not immediately helpful. What about here? We can do something with the rest of this. If this is light, this has to be dark, which means this has to be light. Dark, dark, light, light. And then it could connect to the galaxy. Like, if this is light, separate from the 3, it has to connect to the galaxy, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 here. Would then have to have, yeah, and it's free for both of those directions. So I can't actually say anything conclusive about that, I don't think. Man, we were doing so well for a decent period of time. I guess I could hit Foresight, and it would tell me at what cell to look at to move forward from here. I ain't gonna, though. Not yet, anyway. Maybe something here? Maybe we can finish this? In some way? Is it guaranteed that lights around here are going to be connected to the galaxy? Like, can I start sealing off these dark cells over on this side? Right? Is this maybe a guarantee here? I don't think so. Like, this could be dark, and this could be light and part of the 4. That just means that it's not connected to the galaxy, so it'd be dark, dark. Which, I don't know, seems fine. Foresight algorithm is mostly okay, but still sometimes left you thinking, huh? Oh, just in terms of, like, what cells it offered you as, like, you should look at these cells next? Like, you don't understand the clue it's giving? Or you don't understand how it got to where it got to? Or something like that? I feel like I ought to be able to figure this out. Like, this should be more conclusive than it is. Like, it thought you knew a rule implication you weren't internalizing. I've definitely been in that situation. The one time I used Foresight, it definitely didn't make anything clearer to me. But that might be because I didn't actually know the rules or implications that it needed me to know to solve that puzzle. I think that was one of the puzzles that I left behind and decided I was going to come back to later. Can we do anything with this? Like, does this guarantee some cells? Okay, nothing on this side can connect to the galaxy. Right? I can't have a light cell, like, here, for example, go past this 3 or past this 3 to get out to the galaxy. So if this cell is too distant from anything else that provides a number, then it has to be dark. And I think exactly this cell, that's the case. This can't connect to this 3. This can't connect to this 3. This can't connect to this 4. This has to be dark. Same thing over here, right? If this is light, it's too far away from anything to connect, so it has to be dark. This is also too far away, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This has no way of connecting to that, so this has to be dark, which means this has to be light and connecting to either the 4 or the 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Same here. Dark here, light here. This can't be part of this 4 and can't be part of this 3. So this has to be dark, which means this has to complete the 4. Is that good? Did that give me stuff? No? Not quite, not yet. Alright, if this is light... Something about this is like kind of... My spidey sense is going off, right? So if this is light here, it can't connect to this one. So both of these would have to be dark, so this would have to be sealed off. So this has to be dark. So this can't be part of this 3, has to be part of this 3. This is definitely part of the 4. So this has to be dark. Because otherwise, Yeah, this would... Yeah, okay. This has to be dark, because otherwise the 4 would get too big. One of these two spots. This could be light. Oh, in fact, has to be light. But then this 3 can't connect in, so... That. This comes out. This has to come out. This has to get sealed off. This has to not make a square. Oh, look at all this progress. I feel so good about this. Just look at these colors growing out of nothing. I'm an artist. Maybe even an artiste. Depending on how many extra E's you want to throw around. If your E budget is high enough, I could be an artiste. Oh, wait. Squares? Square, illegal? Illegal squares? Illegal squares almost detected? If this is light... Yeah, we could have, like, light here connected to the 5, and then this light connects to the galaxy. Right? Oh, no. If this is light and connected to the galaxy... 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, no. So this here, exactly, has to be dark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here is dark on this side, so it can't be light on this side to connect it to the galaxy. And if it was light here, it'd have to connect to something else, and it can't, so it has to be dark. Which means this has to be light. And probably connected to the 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There? Man, I need, like, denominators for the grid lines so I understand exactly where things are. Okay, yeah. So this can't be connected to the galaxy. This has to be connected to the 5 in some way. That's fine. That means this is not escaping through here. So this is only escaping through here. That's also fine. It also means that these two cells, we need to have some light cell out here, and this has to be connected to the galaxy. Here or here. One of these two needs to be connected to the galaxy. 5, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. These two cells here. Is these two cells here. And the same rule apply both sides. Okay? Well, that's great. And also inconclusive. I mean, it is conclusive. I can draw a conclusion. The conclusion I can draw doesn't help me define whether or not an individual cell is light or dark. Alas. This cell cannot be light and connected to the galaxy here. If it's light and connected to the galaxy, it has to seal off from the 7, which is illegal. So that means the galaxy has to escape through exactly this cell. Sure, yeah. Progress. Can this go down to here? Can this be light and connected to the galaxy? Sealed off, not enough room. So no, this cannot be light and connected to the galaxy. So this has to be dark. Which means the galaxy has to go through here. Can this cell be light and connected to the galaxy? Seals this off, which is exactly enough room for the 7, so maybe. Can this cell be light? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It can be dark light, and then this connects to the 7 instead of the galaxy. Because this can't be light and part of the galaxy, but it can be light and part of the 7. Okay, great. Is this cell definitively light then? Like, I feel like this could be dark, and then the light cells can just go around it, right? That feels like it should be legal. Yes, that is legal, I think. Like, this cell could be light and part of the galaxy, so it can go around that way, instead of requiring this cell to be galaxy. All right. Once again, slight amounts of forward progress. One of these two cells must be dark. One of these two cells must be dark. Yes, I agree with that statement on both sides. Can they both be dark? Sure. Sure? Yeah, sure. The question is, can this one be light here? And I think the answer is also sure. As long as it's not connected to the galaxy. But at the same time, like, this could be light, and then this could be dark, and that would also work. Alright, what do we know about the 7 now? In theory, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At this point. Which means guaranteed these two are light. Because this needs to be, at minimum, part of the 7. Which doesn't necessarily reflect up here, because they're unrelated to the galaxy. But they do need to be light down here for the 7. And I don't know what that says, but it says something for sure. Eventually. Probably. What else can I extrapolate over to here? There's so much square happening here. I feel like I should be able to start filling in some of this stuff. But I'm not positive. Okay, if this is part of the 7, that means all of this stuff to here needs to connect to dark on the left from around here. Like this 7. This cannot be light and part of the 7. If this is light and part of the 7, then between the galaxy over here, stretching around here, and the way everything else seals off, there's no way for the dark on the right side to connect to the dark on the left side if this is light and part of the 7. So this has to be dark. So this has to be light. So conversely, this has to be light, which means this has to be dark, which means this has to be dark. So the 7 does this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't connect. 7. That means this is dark here. And then this has to go out here. Like that. Cool! We're doing it! Doing something! Every day of every moment. Flip that. Every moment of every day, slightly more progress is made. The dark has to go through here to connect, because this is going to seal off here, and then to here, and this doesn't get through. So the dark has to connect through here exactly, which means this has to be light and part of the 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then one of these 2. This has to come out. So this has to be here, and these have to connect. And if this is dark, then this is dark. Then this is light, light. And these 2 can't touch. And then this has to go here. Likewise, this has to go here, which means that and that. This 4 finishes with one of these 2, so this has to be dark. Likewise, this 3, so this has to be dark. Oh, which means this goes this way. Yeah, heck yeah. We're moving. I feel like this has to be dark, but that's more of a vibe than a guarantee. Can I do the same here? This dark has to connect down through here, I think. Because, well, I guess both of these could be dark. That's still legal. This, one of these 2 has to be dark, but either one of them could be dark and it would work. This has to connect, maybe not through here exactly. I guess it could be around in some way connecting to here. Like this could be light. But if this is light and connecting to the galaxy, that's this. If this is light and connecting to the galaxy... Okay, if this is light, it would have to connect to the galaxy. There's no other symbol that it could have. So if this is light and connecting to the galaxy, which is these tiles and this tile, then this dark is sealed off. So this has to be dark. Heck yeah, one more cell. We're doing it. You know, sometimes progress comes one cell at a time. You just got to keep working at it. Note down those small gains and let that momentum propel you forward. to the solution you're looking for. Okay, can this be light and connected to the galaxy? Here. I think so, actually. Wait. Wait. Hold. If this is light and connected to the galaxy, then this dark specifically can't get up to this dark. Because we already know it's sealed off down here. Right? This seals off. Through here. So this dark has to connect to this dark. And if this is light and connected here, it can't. So this has to be dark. So this has to be light. So that's the 3. So this has to be light. Which means this has to connect to the galaxy. Which is here. So this has to separate. So this has to separate. Here. And here. Yes. Yes. Excellent. Can this be light? Here? If this is light, it can't connect to the galaxy because this isn't light. If this is light, it has to connect to the 5. Which means the 5 has to be like this. Which means we'd have to have a sealed off... Okay, yeah. Nope. Nope. This has to be dark. Which means this has to be light. And I think the 5... Like, this still has to connect to this, right? So that has to be either 1, 2 or 1, 2. There's no other way to connect to this. So this has to be light. And then that is exactly 5, so these have to be dark, so this has to be light. Like that. Can this be dark light? If this is dark light, this light has to connect to the galaxy. So no. This can't be dark dark, and this can't be dark light. So this has to be light. And then this has to be dark so that the dark can get out. Which means that has to be light. And that has to be light. And that has to be part of the galaxy. Which, okay, that's fine. The pace of this puzzle is crawling, but it is still moving. It is still moving. Movement is happening. What next? We know this connects through here. So this dark is actually otherwise sealed off. This has to go out to here. Which means that and that. And then light cuts across here, but that, in theory, does leave everything connected. In theory. This dark actually has me a little worried now. Not too worried, but we'll have to figure it out. This 4 can go up 1, but it can't get that also, so it does need this at minimum. Could also claim this one, but doesn't need to necessarily. But it does need to claim one of these two. So yeah, this is always going to be one light and one dark. They can't both be dark. They can't both be light. And either way, this Tetramino connects to the Greater Dark. So that's fine, you know. This is connecting to here. Oh, this needs to come out regardless. And then this has to do this exactly. Great! This has to come up then. Which means this has to be there. This has to come out. And then this has to come down through here. This has to go there. So this interior has to be dark here. Like that. Which means this has to go here. Yeah, because this has to be dark. And this has to not be a square. And the galaxy is correctly symmetrical, so we did it. We did it. It's been done. This has to be light. This has to be dark. This has to come out that way. Wow! What a struggle. So satisfying, though, to finally put it together. Thank you, thank you. I feel pretty good about my progress there. That looked pretty good. That went well. Brynry's still quietly waiting for an Armillaria ring. True, true. All right. Let's reward that patience. Let's find an Armillaria ring, so we can explain what the Pachum puzzles are all about. I hope this takes me somewhere I wanted to go. My God, look at all these flow rings. Flow orbs. That's a flow ring course? Okay, this is very cool, but none of this is Armillaria rings. That's a pillar. That's a leitmotif. All right, hang on. We do actually have to get this resolved. And by have to, I mean something different from have to. But, like, should? But also, where the heck is the goddamn armillary rings? Alright, let's head towards progress. And we'll probably find an armillary rings somewhere along the way. Presumably. Oh, good thing I can grab these from up here. That makes this a lot more convenient. Terrible matchboxes. Get out of here. It's a good thing I don't have to solve them from, like, any reasonable perspective. I can just solve them all here from the bird's eye view. That's actually really great. I should do more matchboxes this way, from 3,000 meters up in the air. It's not a matchbox. And I still haven't spotted any armillary rings? You'd think there'd be more armillary rings around. Just, like, around. How would I spell the noise I make on them? P-C-H-O-O-M. Exclamation mark. The exclamation mark is also important. Like that. Perfect. Perfect. That makes me so happy, Brinry. Thank you. Welcome back to the adventuring party. Happy to have you around. I think we found both an enclave that is important to me and also some armillary rings. So, let's go... oh, hello, friend. Can I get up there? Can I get up there easily? Hang on. There's more hidden stuff. Ah! My god, this is the worst goddamn hidden... There we go. But now I can use the hidden thing for geometry? Can I use that to get up? Alright, super jump it is. Pachu might be a better bit alert than Jorge. Maybe. I already have this one? Wow. Also unexpected. Alright, so, if you take a look at the armillary rings are set up with a bunch of golden rings and a couple of purple rings. You can half super jump? I did not know that, actually. I just straight up did not have that information. The way this works is I am essentially firing my line of sight through these rings such that it goes through all of the golden rings and none of the purple rings. So, like, if I click here, it lights up just the one golden ring that I'm going through, but the others aren't lighting up because I'm not going through them. And if I click here, you can see it lights up here, for example. It lights up all of the golden rings, but it's also going through the purple rings, so it's not working. So I need to go through exactly this little spot in order to make it work. And then, of course, you have to vocalize the solution when you're making it. So you gotta go, pa-choom! And then the neat thing is, once it's solved, it kind of creates this little beam of light through it so you can see the solution angle on it. Oh, half super jump. Cool. And I don't know how well we can spot it from here. But yeah, you can kind of see that it has this, like, beam of light thing going through it. So yeah. Armillary rings. Oh, I saw a red boy for you, didn't I? Where is your red boy? That's not it! Rude. You? Are you it? Yeah, you're it. Alright, what is this? Is this relevant? Mysterious areas, the truth within ambiguity. At first, we see indecision. But over time, a keen eye reveals the character of those who hold opposite values to their neighbors. Here, they are not enemies, but dance partners. Is this a mystery? It's not a mystery. The mysteries, when it says a mystery, it's talking about the like, whatever they are, hidden things that popped up with clues over here, right? These things. So even though it says mysterious, it's not actually talking about mysteries. Yo, a thing I can click? What did I unlock? Anubis Orchids Zenith. Sounds like a hat. Ah, there you are. Get spotted. All right, we're not doing that. That's not the thing that I need to be doing right now. I need to be doing whatever this is, probably. Also, this place is like suspiciously open with nothing in it. Extra suspicious. Islands of Fortress 2. There are actually like a decent number of hats in this game, but they come with full outfits, so it's not just hats. Oh, there's nothing out here. Weird. Right, there's something out here. One leitmotif. Discovered. Also some armillary rings. I gotta come in through down here, I think. Pachoom! It's kind of an easy one. I also saw some very obvious sky drops. Oh, that's cool! The sky drops have started making different shapes! I didn't know they could do that! That's actually kind of neat. All right, let's find out what this enclave is. Vanishing point. I can awaken shy auras. You glimpse an edifice standing proudly angular on its stone foundation. In a flash, the image sears itself into your memory. Amongst the rocks, you stumble upon a skittish thing, enticing you to approach gently. Okay. Whatever you say, buddy. Thunk. A mind of their own. This enclave is inhabited by bashful entities known as shy auras. Shy auras are skittish and will disappear if you frighten them. Really? It is up to you to work out how to approach each type of shy aura. Consult the guide stone if you need a hint to help understand their behavior. I might, in fact, need that hint. So if I just, like, walk up to this thing, it dies. Okay, this looks like it requires just standing still. Discovered a shy aura. Shy auras will disappear when you startle them. There are 5 different types. Coy disappears when looked at. Anxious disappears until you stop moving. Jumpy disappears when it hears footsteps. Skittish disappears if it detects fast movements. Covert may be any of the other 4 types. Okay. So the green ones are easy. You just walk up to them and then stand still. When does it come back, though? After you go a certain distance away? suspicious. Yeah, okay, this is just don't look at it. Red one is walk backwards into it. Great. And then there's memory grids, huh? Sure. Memory grid mastering. Are memory grids a type of logic grid, or are they just a separate puzzle on their own? I guess I have a mastery for it. So they're not logic grids, they're different things. Are the music things different things? Yeah, music grids and memory grids are still grids, but they're not logic grids. Interesting. And I have unlocked Crimson Infinity's Legacy and Wise Wolf's Mane. At some point, I'm going to go back into the character creator and, like, look at outfits, but that point is not now. Now is certainly not that point. There's also hidden rings to be discovered. That's red. So just don't look at it. I mean, eventually you got to look at it in order to click on it, but as long as you do that from close enough, I guess it's fine. Purple. What do I know about purple? I know I can't just stand still next to it. This is still too close. Close is too close. I don't understand. Luckily implies there will never be a memory grid with rules. Yeah, fair point. Okay, so that's that. That. And then that. Hold control to crouch. Oh, that's probably helpful information. Okay, apparently you can just crouch walk up to blues. Great. It's a lot of auras. Oh, that's fast. Here. Completed 5 memory grids. Hooray! let's complete more of them, I guess. Obli the First. I have a trans-universal proverb for the ages. Tell the Aurorals to add this one to their collection. In the echoing chamber of language, a proverb about proverbs echoes the wisdom of wisdom itself. Wow, that sounds incredibly pretentious. Noted. I will consider giving it consideration. Alright, good enough. Hi, buddy. Alright, I guess I might as well go to the Guidance Stone and see what they have to say. Yes. Shy auras will disappear when you startle them. Oh, this is the same thing. Okay. Disappears when looked at. Anxious is green. Disappears until you stop moving. Coy is red. Jumpy and skittish. Disappears when it hears footsteps. Disappears if it detects fast movements. Oh, so the purple one we just need to fly towards. I see. I think Obli was just fed up with Proverbs? Maybe. Got it. And then the ones that aren't colored, you have to kind of guess. All right. You're one of the ones that I have to stand still. No, you're a different one. I can't just stand still. Might have been a footsteps one. It's a fast movements one. Get far enough away from it that it'll spawn in. Maybe it is a looking at it one. No. Oh, I just wasn't crouching for some reason. I thought I was crouching and I wasn't. Okay, well, we've learned something today. Excuse me. Hearing auras just disappear around me. Ah! Okay. Took a few. Okay, so it's not that kind of aura. It's a flying aura. Okay. Have to get far enough away from it that it doesn't detect my footsteps. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I have awakened shy auras and memory grids. I had not previously awakened memory grids? I wasn't sure I was going to get that one, but alright, that worked. Okay, that one also needs flying. Alright, we can fly there. You just need me to stand still. Thank you. It says dark here. Three, 2, 3 around it. And then the corners. So there, and then here. Nice. Oh. Already solved. Sure. Oh, this isn't a flying one. I was mistaken. Maybe I need to crouch walk. Nope. Maybe I just need to not look at it. So I guess I can look at it as long as I'm not moving? Maybe? Still haven't figured out exactly the rules for that. Because... lost my train of thought. Because, you need to look at them to click them. So under what circumstances can you look at them? Shy aura sounds are much worse than hidden cube sounds? Oh yeah, absolutely. Cool. Uh-oh. That's 5 dot memory grid. This is gonna be a pain, isn't it? Also, definitely a hidden ring up here. Yeah, that was always gonna happen, wasn't it? Yeah. That's big. All right. 3, 3, 4, 6, 5, 5. 3, 3, 4, 6, 5, 5. Here, here. Here. Here, and then the rest white. Fine. And I don't even know where that sucker is. It's just being noisy. Okay. This is probably a crouch walking one then. Hello, friend. Get clicked. The interior here is all dark. And it's dark here, here, and here. Yeah. Here. And then like that. I don't even know where this sucker is. It's inside somewhere? That's a hidden ring. Well, that we can do. I guess we should also do this. Ew. Ew. Oh, this one is messy. There's no, like, convenient pattern to follow. So it's just draw all of the dark lines and then fill the rest in with light. Down to here. 4, I think. Yep. Then up and across. How far across? To there. Two, up some more. Here, 3. Across, and then there was like one dark in the center. Where even are these idiots? Is there some kind of, like, second temple interior that I can get to? Oh, it's that guy and that guy. I think that one might be a look at it one. Or maybe it's just stand still? Yep. All right, that's all the auras. We did it. Good. There is still 3 more memory grids, and then some number of hidden rings. Newfangled outside interiors. I think it could be like a second, more different interior, as opposed to an outside interior. An interior that is disconnected from the other interior. Where's them hidden rings? I suppose they're hidden. Nothing out here. Wild. Great. Plus 70 memory grid mastery. I think I have... Oh, I get to click a thing. Raven Mist. Cool. Just look at all of my improvements. I'm still a beginner. I think I have a thing for memory grids. What was I gonna unlock here? Grandmaster times? Pentad thing? Skydrop combo? I have all of the points. Warp Beacon seems very cool. I guess I want the Grandmaster time next. Where is... Memory challenge, yeah. 5 times or less. Glimpsing... Not glimpsing after starting to edit. And glimpsing only once. Well, that'll literally never happen. Glimpsing only once? I'm not... Me not that kind of orc. I think I can reasonably glimpse less than 5 times. And also only glimpse before I start editing. Or, yeah, only glimpse before I start editing. I think those are reasonable goals when looking at a grid. I'm more looking at the 20 or 30 extra mastery rather than the sparks. Like, sparks don't matter at this point. Or sparks only loosely matter at this point. But mastery, that's where the real game is. You gotta prove you're good by making your number go up. There's still 2 more memory grids on this tiny, tiny island. Oh, maybe there was like the island that we flew past. Maybe that has stuff in it. Flew past a small island on the way in. That one? It's got lore on it. I don't know if it's part of this enclave, though. For memory grids, you have to make it up to master for the alliteration. Yep, exactly. Yeah, how am I getting up to there? Maybe dropping down from one of the other enclaves. Unless a super jump is high enough? Like, super jump off of the top of that thing? At least I got all of the auras here, so they're no longer making aura noises at me. Oh, hello. All right, let's go. All the way up. This is still not high enough to get up here. Okay, we gotta make it from the other enclave then. That's fine. Now I have an excuse to just cruise around up here, though. And maybe find some more hidden rings. Or... We're probably not going to find any memory grids here in the treetops. But, like... Maybe I'll get a better view and see spots where memory grids exist. Maybe from its own jump pad? You think it has its own jump pad? What luxury. You think we can just give every island its own jump pad? In this economy? Not finding any more hidden rings. A little disappointed. I found one more hidden ring. I'm not finding any more memory grids, though. Maybe they're inside. Maybe they're hidden. Maybe there's, like, secret memory grid corners somewhere on this island. Yeah, I really don't care about intended routes. If I stumble upon the intended route accidentally, then Yahtzee. But, like, that's not my goal here. When I see a floating island, I'm not like, oh, where is the jump pad that leads me to this floating island? That's definitely not the first thought that comes into my head. Maybe under? Maybe there's an under to this enclave? Does this enclave have a seedy underbelly that I need to be investigating? Not looking like it. Nothing particularly seedy about this underbelly. Yeah, alright. Fair enough. Alright, so where are the two missing memory grids? I have been many places here, and none of them appear to have the missing memory grids. Unless I have walked past unsolved memory grids. Which, like, I wouldn't put that past me. That is a believable state of affairs. There's one. Yeah, okay. So here, and then here. Nice. And also, it would be nice to find one more hidden ring. That would be cool. Nope, that's resolved already. Was there a boy up here I didn't look at? No. No mysteriously unsolved boys. Hidden boys? Nope. If I forgot, that would be ironic. It might be ironic. It might also be, like, karma. My just desserts, if you will. Oh, hello, friend. All right. That's great. All right, if I look at the map, will it tell me how many puzzles there are in this enclave? It will. Wait, that's not the enclave. This one. 4 more puzzles. So 3 more hidden rings and 1 more other thing. We've got a lot of work to do in Reflections in the Sky. Did I leave there? Why did I leave Reflections in the Sky? Maybe I just never unlocked Reflections in the Sky. Maybe I, like, never went into it, despite having already solved one of the Mirabilises of it. 34 out of 102? Really? I guess I went in there and then didn't complete it? Why didn't I complete it? What circumstances led me to that? Alright, I don't think I'm going to spend another hour in here looking for more hidden rings, but I do want to find that last logic. The last memory grid. I accidentally took the exit cab because I'm confused about whether it was an exit pad or not. Okay, that checks out. And then never went back. That also checks out. Is there another, like, memory grid on top of a log that I crawled through or something? Oh, I was rushing hidden pentads. Okay. Oh, yeah! There were a bunch of puzzles that I just ran past because I wanted to get all the hidden pentads. I remember now. Yes. I had completely forgotten which enclave that was, and now I remember. Alright, for real though, where's the last logic grid? In fact, direct question. If anybody in chat knows where the last memory grid is. Ah, it's right there! That's, I guess, not super obvious, but that should have been spotted like hours ago. $80 memory grid mastery. Heck yeah. Big points. All right. How much is 10 mastery in the grand scheme of things? Oh, thank you. Wait, no. What's up, Ender? I can't click on these and see how much mastery I have of them, can I? I just have to know. I just have to understand. Well, points are points, I think, is my approach. And more points is obviously better than less points. Really? Thank you. Alright. Which enclave is that? Oh. Alright. Fine. Be that way. Yeah, I'm not high enough to get up there from here. This looks like it might be relevant to my interests, though. 60 seconds of chromatic sky drops! I would have to care more about sky drops than I do. So I think that's not happening. But thank you. Oh, that's a lot of bubbles. All one big sky drop? Woo! Skydrop's making nifty shapes these days. When did that start happening? 5 hidden relics. Also some matchboxes. Boop. Thank you, hidden relic, for being right next to the matchbox. Oh, I've done this. I remember these. I guess there's a sightseer here? Imagine trying to solve sightseers. I did unlock the shrinking bubble. I decided to spend points. And I think overall that was a fine idea. Okay, well, let's try getting a little bit more up. That's a puzzle. That's not what I was looking for at all. That's what I was looking for. So now the bubble should shrink? The bubble does not appear to have moved. Oh! Bubble's moving! Look at it go! Does the bubble stop moving? Nope, bubble's still going. There's even a leitmotif out here? Dang. Okay, the bubble's moving, but it is taking its sweet time about it. Oh, it has stopped moving. Yeah, that looks like it stopped moving. Which means now we can just check the border again. And it will probably we'll probably find it. Well, the bubble actually shrank like a solid amount. I sincerely expected it to be like right here. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it doesn't shrink directly adjacent to the thing. It still gives you a little bit of buffer space. Oh, I hear a boy. I'm gonna go get some lore first. Goddess, I have found 2 more Mirabilis. Wait, I've been meaning to ask. How should I say that I have 2 of them? You should simply say that you have collected a Mirabilis twice. The goddess refuses to tell me what the plural of Mirabilis is. But is it Mirabilises? Mirabili? Mirabiles? Mirabile? Ah, you do not know the answer either, do you? Nobody knows. They are a mystery, even to the goddess. Oh, I can't do that one either. Okay. So where the... Oh, it's right in the middle there. Okay. Which kind of thing is it, though? Is it the kind of thing where I can just fly up to it? Nope. Is it the kind of thing where if I stand still, it's fine? Nope. Is it the kind of thing where... What else is there? Crouch walk up to it and don't look at it. It's probably don't look at it because it would be difficult to crouch walk up to it given where it is located. got it. Cool. I see an ethereal skydrop here. I thought I saw an ethereal skydrop here. Where did I thought I saw an ethereal skydrop? Ah! I did. I did taw an ethereal skydrop. Plus 1,000 skydrop mastery. That feels like a lot. Feels like a big number. This... Oh, from up there, I suppose. Plus 50. Okay, yeah, no, that is, in fact, a big number. Cool, good to know. I think it's red. I think it's not red. I think... Yeah, there's the thing. Nice. Maybe crouch walk? I'm gonna get ya. I'm gonna get ya. You know, I can't help but notice that I have been successfully extremely distracted from making it over to the next enclave. Also, I was going to go... I was gonna solve this maze thing, probably. And it looks like it's one of the easy ones. So, one jump pad on the first floor. One jump pad on the second floor. So the goal then is... Oh, and big rooms. Okay, yeah, I could do this. Hello? Start running? Thank you. Heck yeah! I'm a Crystal Labyrinth master! Pichoom! What is that? Oh, that is a goal. Okay, let's follow the goal. Let's go to a thing. Is this Reflections? I think this might be Reflections. This might be the one that I have already participated in and unlocked. But now I can actually, like, finish it. Thunk. Alright, so what are we doing here, other than everything? Should I start on these logic grids? With the symmetry? Symmetry. Okay, so that... Yeah, okay. You hate this enclave? Why do you hate this enclave? Is it because there's a bunch of puzzles that are hard to get to? Because I kind of hate that about this enclave also, I will admit. All right, what are we trying to do here? Logic grids, and then there's more pillars, and there's more armillary rings, and there's more hidden archways. All right. Yeah, the navigation here is, in fact, a pain. I agree with that statement. As above, so below. Yeah, okay. Okay. So these two can't touch, right? That's what I've learned. Because they can't be symmetrical across two symmetric things. Which means this has to be here. These two can't touch, because then this would need to be light here. So that goes there, and that goes there. This now needs to seal off. This needs to be light, so this can't touch. This needs to be dark. These two need to be light. This needs to be dark. And this needs to be light. This needs to be light. And this can be light here. This should be light all the way across. This can be dark. Then this needs to be dark. Wait a minute. Is that both legal? Oh, no, this can't be light. This can't be light here, because this can't make it across. Okay, there we go. Figured it out. With your intent to 100% every enclave, this is the one you dread most. This is definitely some of these puzzles were a bit of a pain just because of, like, getting to the right place in order to do a puzzle. And the hidden pentad ones where you gotta fly around and look at all the pentads, that sucked. That, agreed, sucked. By you. Pachoom! Alright, resolve this idiot. Not from there. From here somewhere. Can I stand up there? Probably. Oh, I heard a archway. Up here? Nope. Might have been underneath. Yep. That's exactly where it was. Blech. Alright, try that again. Pachoom! Let's get that archway then. Rude. Oh, that worked? Kind of surprised that worked. But I'll take it. Alright. Rudeness retracted. It's quite the polite hidden archway, actually. It's all these logic grids that I just didn't touch on the way through here. Okay, that's got to be dark. This needs to be light. This needs to be light. This needs to be light. So this needs to be dark. Dark here. Dark there. These can't touch. And these need to both be light. Excellent. That needs to be dark. These need to be dark. And this needs to be light. I am still so satisfied by laser noises. This is unreasonable. Ooh, 5 dots. All right. Hello? Oh, now we got rules. Okay. This needs to be separated. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's one of them. That needs to be there and there. Now what? Now what indeed? Wow. Connect all dark cells is what? So one more dark here. In this column. Some number of dark cells here. Well, 3 dark cells exactly, but some number of dark cells. Connect all dark cells? So they can't just be like randomly scattered. Intriguing. Okay. Okay, all right, all right. What's next? Four of these and 4 of these. 4 out of 5. None of them are guaranteed, though. And none of them are cross-symmetric. Like, there's none of these points where I know if I make one of them light, another of them has to be light. Such that it confirms that any of these points... Actually, are there any? Such that if one of these are light, the other has to be light, so neither of them can be light? Not with these symmetric tiles. Three dark here. One more dark here in this column. Could be any of them, I guess. Any cells that can't be dark? Like, if this is dark, that means this is dark. Because connect all dark cells. But is that a problem? Not really. The only numbers that always go up. Yo, thank you, Cryptomancer, for the 83 months of continued support. Welcome back to the Adventuring Party. Happy to have you around. Actually, I do want to go into the audio options now that I can. Raise the music volume a little bit since I tweaked other settings. If this is dark, like these two are mirrored, right? Both of these are whatever the other one is. So that is information, but they're not yet, that's not yet useful information, I don't think. This can go light up to here, cannot connect to this. So if this goes light, light, neither of these can be light. But these can be light if this isn't, you know, connected. Jeez. I have a bunch of if statements with no priors. Like I have no, I need a building block to start from to connect all of these disparate logical requirements together. And I am hard pressed to find a place to start. Short of what I've already done. The yawns, they are attacking. Caffeine can only do so much for you. Alright, so what else does this mean? Yeah, 4 of these 5 are dark. 4 of these 5 are dark. So I feel like I should be able to get started somewhere here. That seems like the most obvious starting point. But it's not really coming together. These can't connect. These can't connect across. So there needs to be some number of dark in between these so that they don't connect, right? There has to be some dark in here, which means that dark has to escape in some number of directions to connect all of the dark cells. But these two can touch no problem because they share an axis of symmetry. Can this be light? If this is light, then this is light. And then dark needs to escape through here, which seems plausible. Right? These 3 could be dark. Sure. Nothing preventing that. Oh, over here. Can these 3 could be dark, yes. We have not committed to dark in this column yet. So we could have these 3 be dark in order to get the dark going around up to here. But it's not strictly necessary. This could just all be light up here. It cannot all be light up here. I'm going to amend that statement. It cannot all be light up here. Because if this is light, this has to be dark for this symmetry. So one of these 2 must be dark? Yeah, if this is light, this has to be dark. Or this could be dark. But that means that that'd be our third dark. So the rest is light. Oh, we got a starting point. All right, and now symmetry here. So this has to be dark. Okay, and then this needs to escape. So that's like this. At minimum. Which means that and that. If both of these are dark, we still need at least one dark up here. So if one of these three has to be dark, this is the one that has to be dark. We could have all three of these dark and these two light, for example. Well, no, we can't, actually. Minimum one of these two needs to be dark. This actually needs to be light here, which means this one needs to be dark. This one exactly. So dark needs to extend here. And now we need exactly one more dark here, and then the other one can be light. Can this be light? Light, light? Sure, why not? Can this be dark? Sure, why not? Can this be dark? Sure. Can this be light? Also sure. All right, I got nothing. Light here requires dark here. Oh, I bet there's something there. Like, once we figure out what's going on up here, we'll be able to figure this out. Because the dark will need to connect to other darks. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is one dark, one light. These can't both be dark. One of these has to be light. If it's light here, this has to be dark, dark. If it's light here, this has to be dark here. If it's light here, this has to be dark. All of which seem to be legal arrangements? Curiouser and curiouser. I guess if it's light here, this has to be dark. Like, dark has to escape through here. Whereas if it's light here... Wait. In either case, dark has to escape through here, right? Because light here or light here both create seals. Yeah, so dark has to escape through there, which means that. Now what? A good question. A valid question, to be sure. Can this be dark? I think the answer is no. Like, my vibe is no here, but... Oh, this has to be dark, right? Because dark here needs to escape. Like, if this is light, then this dark needs to go somewhere. And if this is light, then this is dark, dark. But it still needs to go somewhere, so this has to be dark. Great, nailed it. Progress. Forward movement. Slight amounts of forward movement, but forward movement nonetheless. That doesn't say anything about this necessarily. damn it. Itchy ears, the worst. I'm doing a lot of sitting and staring at this screen. Because I'm not really sure where else to go from here. Think I'd have some sort of better idea at this point. One of these two needs to be dark. At least one. Maybe not both. But that does dictate something here, right? Dark needs to get through here. So at least one of these two needs to be dark. But that's not quite enough to restrict the rest of these into light. This could be dark, this could be dark, this could be light. No rules are evident about this area. I guess if this is light, this would need to be light, which would make this light. Can these two touch, actually? Is that okay? Yes, yes. If this is light, this would need to be light, which means this would need to be light, which means this would need to be light. Which is fine? Or can all four of those be dark? Dark, 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 dark? Sure? Do all four of them need to be dark? Yes, all four of them would need to be dark. Because this mirrors. And if this isn't mirroring, it needs to be detached. And then this mirrors the detachment. So all four of these are the same color. Interesting. Does that restrict in any particular way? What if they're all dark? This needs to be light then. That seems legal. If they're all light, this would need to be dark. Which also seems legal? If this is light... Hold on. Actually, no. If this is light, then this needs to be light, then this needs to be light, then this needs to be light. And if both of these are light, this dark is sealed off. Okay. Okay. All right, now one of these two needs to be dark, so this needs to be light. If this is light, this needs to be dark. If this is dark, this needs to be dark. So this needs to be dark. Great. This needs to be dark. 2, 3, 4, 5. So that needs to be light. And now... these all need to match. Which means we have our 3s. Cool. Wow. Wowza. That took a bit. That was an adventure. All right, let's do the same puzzle, but on the other side. All right, buddy. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, settle in, folks. We're going to be here for a bit. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 in the interior. So 2 light here. Exactly 1 symbol per dark area. That's neat. And then symmetric lotuses and darts. Exactly 1 symbol per dark area. So if this is dark, this cell here, it needs to connect to another dark cell. And it can't be this one. Because there's not... I mean, I guess it could be, right? It could go, like, up and then across. Yeah, that seems legal, actually. Never mind. Take it back. But it can't be this one either. Because the way this one's symmetry works is that would bonk against the white edges. Only 1 more dark cell in this column, which means it can't be either of these, right? If one of them is dark, the other one needs to be dark, so both of these need to be light. Can't quite do the same thing here, because they could both be dark, and then the whole rest of the row is light. Same thing here. If either of these is dark, the other needs to be dark. But that's legal. Oh boy, we're going to be here for a bit. This is going to take some time. 5 out of these remaining 7 are dark. Yep. Wondering if this 3 holds the answer. Or at least holds a next step. Really, any next step would be nice. Man, I like these symmetry lotuses, but this one's rough. Feels like it's not quite enough information to get started. Alright, what else are we doing here? Let's see. Are there any other, like, weird guarantees here where, because of symmetry, a dark cell would need to be mirrored somewhere, and that gives me actual information? Not yet. Not yet. because there's no guarantees that things touch. Could still be dark, dark. And the whole rest of the row is light. Same at the bottom. What about this 5? What can I do with you? 5 of these remaining 7 need to be dark. Does that get me anywhere? Exactly 1 symbol per dark area. All right. If this were dark, it would need to connect to another dark, one of the lotuses. And it can't connect to this one. Oh, is there any cells that can't connect to any lotus? Like at all? Like this one can't connect to this one, but it can connect to this one, I think. Would just have to be there, and then some kind of connection. This cell can't connect to this, but can connect to this. But if this were dark, this would have to be light. And then this would have to be dark to make the connection, which then wouldn't be able to flip the symmetry because of the dart. So this cell has to be light. Yo, progress. Progress, kinda. What about here? I think there's no other limits here in the same way, right? We have this whole row could be entirely dark if we wanted. So it could be dark here, then down, 2, 3, and then across and then back up in dark. Yeah, that would totally work. Yeah, either of these, if they were dark, would need to connect to this lotus exactly. That's not true. Yeah, that's not true? That's not true. They could connect to this lotus. Maybe. No, because they'd have to not connect to this lotus, which means they'd have to travel around here, which means connecting to this lotus would connect them to this lotus, which would be impossible. So yeah, anything out here needs to connect to this lotus. Which means it needs to be mirrored on this side as well. So if either of these are dark, then they need to be mirrored here and here. We could have this just not connect out, and the 2 remaining dark cells could be like these 2, which then connect over to this lotus in some way. Right? Like these 2, and then down here and there. And then connect, and then go out here like that. Right? Like that seems like a legal arrangement. In some manner. Even just all the way across. Like here, all the way across. Here down, across. That would work. Maybe. There's probably ways in which it doesn't work, but not ways which I think are conclusive enough for me to not be able to draw dark cells in specific locations. All right, can this be dark? If this is dark, we have to have dark down here And then it still has to connect here, right? So dark over to the right, so dark here. Which means the rest of this column is light. Sure. Any dark in this column needs to be connected to either of these two. So any dark down here, I think that would be hard-pressed to connect up to here. Not impossible, but difficult. But like, this cell, for example, if this were dark, it would need to connect to here, and it can't connect straight up because that's too many darks. And if it connects across and then up, that means it would have to be mirrored across with a 2, so that wouldn't work either. So a dark cell here can't connect here, and can't connect here because of the symmetry. Can it connect to here? Maybe. How? Here and then all the way up? No. It can't connect through this spot because that would make these connected. And it can't go up to connect because that's too many here. So it can't connect through this spot either. So this has to be light. One more! One more! We got one more! Does the same hold true for this cell? Can't go up to connect here. Yes. Can't go across to connect here. Can't connect to here because the same rules apply about connecting through here. So yeah, it's got to be light also. All right, dark here. Now can't connect to this one because of this dark. Can connect here. Go like... It can't go right, but it can go up and then across. And across and down? No. That would require this connection. Which actually seems okay. And then this would need to connect through here to here? No, definitely not. So this cell specifically can't connect to here. And if it connects to here, would need to connect to this lotus as well, which would need to connect to here, which it can't. So this is also light. Heck yeah, all right. Progress. Progress being made. At minimum, one of these two needs to be dark. At minimum. Because there needs to be 4 dark in this column. Which means it needs to connect out through here. So these are both light. This has to be dark. So this has to be light. Minimum one of these. And the dark needs to get out through here. So it has to be this one. And then these 3 have to connect to here, which means these 3. Very cool. And has to connect to this. Which means it can't connect to here. Because that would require dark, 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 whatever, dark, 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 which it can't do. Progress, though. In fact, these lights here are connected here, so they can be swapped, right? Like this light can be swapped to here. This light can be swapped to here. This light can be swapped to here. Which means this is light. Okay. 2 or 3 of these are dark, so guaranteed this is dark. That's not true. It could be 1, 2, and then this is light. No, because they have to be connected to a symbol. So guaranteed this is dark, because they need to connect to a symbol. And then if either one of these others is dark, then both of them need to be dark. And if this is dark, we would need exactly 1 dark here, which is not allowed. So these are both dark, so this is light. So this is light. If either of these are dark, both are dark. And if either of these are light, both are light. They can't both be light, because that's not enough darks in this row. So they both have to be dark, which means this is light. Cool! We're making it happen! It's moving! Whew, what a process. If either of these are dark, both are dark. And at least one of these two has to be dark, because there are only 4 available spaces for 3 darks. So they must both be dark. Good work so far. Now what? 4 of these 6. 2 of these 4. 1 of these 2. Either one seems fine there. 3 of these 6 is interesting. It's not conclusive yet. 2 more of these 5. 2 of these 3. That's gonna be something. And 3 of these 1,000,000. And I certainly don't know what the owl looks like yet. I have suspicions about individual pieces, but nothing conclusive yet. Where else can we go to start thinning out the possibility space? If this is dark, it needs to connect to here. So all 3 of these need to be dark. And then the rest of these need to be light. Is that legal? Yeah, if any of these 3 are dark, they all need to be dark. So, what if all 3 of these are light? Yeah, because this can't connect to... Yeah, this can't connect to here. It's too far away. So what if all 3 of these are light? Could all 3 of these be dark? if all three of these are dark, they can't connect to here. And they can't connect to here. So it needs to be like this. Cool. All right. To me, this says, based on vibes, that these two need to be dark. Because this needs a reason for this to be unambiguous. And the only other restrictions we have for this cell is that this can't connect to this. Same here. We need a reason for this to be unambiguous, and there's no dart restrictions on this cell. Which I think means this needs to extend down to both of these, so as to force lights to keep them separated. But I can't base a solution on that vibe. Or rather, I don't want to base a solution on that vibe. What are we doing here? 4 of these 5 are dark? Fascinating. Which either means not the center, or means they can't be connected to this lotus. What about here? 2 of these need to be dark. 2 of these need to be dark. And it's either the 2 middle ones or the 2 outer ones. Because the 2 middle ones are mirrored no matter what. Whereas the 2 outer ones don't need to be mirrored. But if the 2 inner ones are mirrored, light and light, all that's left is the 2 outer ones to be dark. If the 2 outer ones are dark, that means those dark cells need to be part of this lotus. So they got to go up and connect, right? And then light, light. And then this 5 has to be connected, so that would have to be light, dark, dark, light, dark, dark, exactly. Which means this has to be light, because it can't connect here. What if these 2 are dark? Then we have light on the edges, which means these 2 have to be dark. And they still have to connect here. So that's dark, 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 dark here. Wait a minute. Dark, if it's dark, dark, light, light, this needs to be dark and connected. If it's dark, dark, light, light, this still needs to be dark and connected. So that's guaranteed. Which means whatever this 5 is doing, it's connected. So it has to be exactly this. Which means this. This is now 4, so this is sealed. So this is sealed, so it is these 2. Which means these 2 for sure. This one is still up in the air. This is 4 now. And that 3 is resolved. So 2 more dark out of these 3. Can it be this one and this one? If this is dark, it still has to be connected to something. And it can't be connected to this. And it can't be connected to that. And it can't be connected to that. So this has to be light. So this gets mirrored. These can't connect. And this is mirrored. Wow. What a struggle. That was a good one, though. All right, let's start getting whatever's down here. First off, armillary rings. How close are we? That needs to be solved from over here. All right, armillary rings. Prepare to get pachumed. Is it just here? Pachoom! Heck yeah. What about you? Not from here. There was a hidden arch. Yep, there it is. Boop. Yo, there's a pillar over here? Maybe we should go have some insights. That seems reasonable. I'd like to be insightful. Areas containing this symbol must be symmetrical. I agree. I agree. I agree. Sure. 1, 2. And then 1, 2. And then connect. And then do that. Those are not mirrored, so they can't connect. Oh, okay. So, here. No, that's not what that means. That means here. And also... Yeah, it's not this line of symmetric. It's here. So it's these two and this, which connects here. So that needs this. And then that needs this and the rest of it. Blech. That needs these. And these. Oh dear. Okay, that needs this. And then that needs that. Which means that needs this and that. And then you need that. And the rest of this needs to look the same. Which means you need this and this. Okay. Huh. Huh. Alright, I haven't learned any particularly new insights as a result of this, but that's alright. Pachoom! Wow, this is a really bare bones armillary ring. Like, okay, we could do that. Let's go back to easy puzzles. That needs to be disconnected here. These need to be disconnected. These need to be disconnected. What now? These need to be disconnected? Yes. Means that and that. These can't be connected. These can't be connected. Cool. I wasn't sure how that would work, and I am happy to report that the way that works is you get shoved down. That's fun. That is fun and exciting. And then this takes me home, and I don't want to go home yet. All right, we got some work to do here. Connect all dark cells, area numbers, and symmetry. And connect all dark cells? That's interesting. That's real interesting. Connect all dark cells is fascinating here. That needs to be dark. So this is going to be 8. It needs to do that. And then that needs to be separated. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it can't be across. It has to be down again. That means that. You're covered there. That needs to be there for this one. Man, honestly, the hard part is keeping the orientations of the lotuses straight. And then somehow remembering that numbers are need to be read right side up. So this is never a 6. While I'm turning my head this way and that to keep my goddamn reference axis working in a way that's sensible. Gosh. Can this be light? If this is light, this 6 then needs 2 more, like these 2, which would be illegal, or these 2, which would be illegal. I think this can't be light. But this does need 1 more to keep it even, so it needs this exactly. And then left and right is not going to work because this would need to be dark and they'd be trapped. So it's got to be here exactly. Cool. Cool. We're learning. We're learning. This has to go up, but then can't go there. So this has to at least go there. And again, can't go across. So it has to be exactly this column, I think. Nine. Is this just going to be a square? Could be a square. And right now, all of the dark cells are connected, so that's great. This 10, if it goes up, needs to go there as well in order to keep evens. In order to keep it even. If it doesn't go up or down, it would need, what, this row and this row? Because it can't extend out to here, so you have literally only this block to work with. So if these 2 are both dark, then it'd have to be those additional 8, and then this dark would be trapped, so that's not legal. If this is dark at all, then you have 11 squares to work with for 10, and the only one that's not symmetric is this one. And that, yeah, so this has to be light. which means this has to be light. For the same reason, to keep it even. It cannot be these three light. In fact, it has to be, in order to keep the symmetry and also dark cells connected, it has to be exactly this. Let's see. I feel like this has to be a square, and I'm having a rough time proving it to myself. Imagine a world where this is dark, which means this is dark, which means this is light, and then this is light. And then it needs 4 more, so it can't grab this, and would need this and this. So this has to be light. Now it needs 4 more, and again, can't be just these two, because then you have dark in the center. So it needs to extend from the center down, and it can't seal off a dark here. So we need 2 spots in the center, and it can't seal off a dark. So it can't be just these two. So it needs to be at least this. And can't be this. How would you connect? So yeah, it just has to be the square. It just has to be the square. Cool. I'm finding it interesting that I ended up on this side of the Enclave after falling. Oh, neat. Okay, sure. Yeah, so this needs to be filled in, which means this needs to be filled in. And this to make symmetry. Yes. And this, which means this, which means this, which means this. Is that it? I think that's it. I think everything else is dark. Sure. Oh. Bounce me. Oh boy. Oh, that's a fascinating pattern to not be able to make. Okay. Oh, this is serious business. Huh. Where do I start? Probably in the upper right. Let's see. This needs 8 more light cells, and it cannot connect to the 5. So at most it can go down here 1, and then has to stop. So then it has to start going across. So this needs to be light, and this needs to be light. Which means we have these. Because of the symmetry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the only way to get exactly 1 more... And then dark needs to be here. Which means this has to be light, for the record. Which means this has to be light, for the record. But let's finish this. And then the only way to get 1 more cell into this is this. because anything else would have to be mirrored. So like that, which means this is dark, and then it's surrounded by dark. And all dark cells need to be connected. That comes out. Connected. That comes out. Connected. This needs to be connected, so that comes out. This now can't be dark, otherwise we make the pattern. So that's got to be like that, which means that's got to be blocked off. That's got to be light, because we can't make the pattern. That's got to be light, actually, because we can't make the pattern. You know, that one pattern. Good, good. Okay, so now this requires this for symmetry. This is a 4. So it needs 3 more. And the only way to get an extra 1 is on the axis. So here. And then that needs to connect, which means like that. This then needs to be light to prevent the pattern. The pattern. Don't know how I keep it all so straight in my head. I mean, I guess I don't know how to answer that question. I think it's keeping it piecemeal. Like, I'm pretty good at compartmentalizing and keeping all of the information separate. And part of that is paying attention to one part of the puzzle at a time. And then when I go back to thinking about another part of the puzzle, then try and work all of the information in together. Like, I'm definitely forgetting about pieces of these as I do individual things. And then I do the thing, and then I think about, okay, what can I do next? And then I start thinking about the rules again. So it's not like keeping all of it straight in my head at once. It's tactically forgetting. Every time I prove you wrong? Wow, that's a remarkable amount of consistency, actually. Now I gotta figure out where I'm going from here. Can these be connected? It can't be light here, because that would require 2 lights here. Which means that. It can be light here, right? And then that'll be darks, dark, dark. Which seems legal. Bad at these puzzles. There's definitely kinds of puzzles here that I am better or worse at, so... no shade being thrown from my side. Can this connect here? It can. It doesn't have to. Because it could just connect out here. Connect all dark cells. And then also don't make that pattern. So what's next? There's no rule that says this light cell needs to be connected to this 5. I don't think. So that doesn't restrict where the 5 can go. Does this have to connect? I don't think it does. I think we have to work from here and like continue sort of the spread of these tiles down. I'm not exactly sure where the next bit is. Is there another place where I can prevent this pattern from being made? Like a cell that necessarily needs to be light to prevent that pattern? Not at the moment. Any cells that necessarily need to be dark in order to make sure all dark cells are connected? Not at the moment. Man, I was making such good progress, and now I've stalled out again. Can this be dark? All right, if this is dark, this would need to be light in order to prevent the pattern, right? What does that mean for me? Very little. Likewise here, if this is dark, that's already sealed off. I don't need to worry about that. If this is dark, this needs to be light to prevent the pattern. Does that create a problem for me? This would need to come out to here. This is here, yeah. This would need to be light, and this would need to be light. Does that change anything? Not really. All right, ready to continue making connections. Yo, Devinock, thank you so much for the 79 months of continued support. Too many months for your own good? Nonsense! There is no such thing as too many months. The more months, the better. Numbers gotta go up, man. I don't know if you know this about numbers, but up is the only direction for numbers. All right, so we made some good headway over in the corner here. And that's good. But not exactly sure where the next step is. Maybe there is something we can do out here. Can I conclusively say that these must or must not be connected? I don't know that I can say conclusively that they must or must not be connected. Let's see. If this is light, this would also have to be light. So then it needs exactly 2 more. We'd have to go dark here. And then the 2 more could be light, light. Or the 2 more could be light, light. No, they can't be light, light, because that would seal some dark away. Could be light, light. Exactly. If this is light, it would have to be connected in that way, like light, light. That seems real. And then dark here, dark here, dark here. So we'd have to be light here. So as to not make the pattern. I have like the pattern in my head with like capital T, capital P. Kind of like the clue in You Don't Know Jack. Remember the pattern. All right, what if both of these are dark? Then this has to be dark as well. This has to find some number of lights out this way. We can't have this entire interior dark. We could have like dark here, so this would have to go down to there. Seems plausible. Yeah, I feel like the pattern should be dictating more light spots than it already has. Like if I could feel confident that this needed to be dark, for example, then I could start doing a lot more work. If I could feel confident that this was sealed off, then there's, you know, I could probably fill out most of this corner. But I'm not that confident about it. Or like these connected here would result in some patterns. Actually, if this is light, this dark has to go here. This dark has to go here, right? So we have light, dark, dark. Dark here means what? It still doesn't mean this needs to be connected. The light can just be on its own, right? This could be sealed off and not part of the 5 at all. But dark here means dark here for this, right? It needs to go out and around. This doesn't necessarily mean anything. Could. Don't see a reason why it couldn't. I'm still on the fence about getting these two connected. I guess if these two connect, right? If this is light, then this is light. So we have dark here, dark, dark, dark. Is that a problem? The dark then needs to come out one direction or the other. What if this is dark? What does that mean for me if this is dark? The 4 then needs to expand either left or down. And this can just be straight up sealed off. Maybe. I must be missing something. There must be something a little bit more obvious that I'm just not connecting in my head. Are there any other points where the pattern is being made that I need to prevent it from being made? Is there a cell that I can fill in because of the pattern? Or a cell that I can't fill in because of the pattern? Like, everything I'm looking at requires 2 more fill-ins in order to make the pattern. Which means I can't conclusively fill any of them in light or dark. It's like if this were dark, I'd know this needs to be light. Actually, if this were dark, this would need to be light, which means this goes dark, dark, and this goes dark to here. Which means this needs to be light. So we have light, light here, which means this dark needs to go out from underneath. So dark here across these 3 at the very minimum. And if I try to spin this out any further in my head, I'm going to lose it. I'm not going to be able to keep that going. But none of that looks conclusive either. At least as far as I've gone with it. What about dark here? Also requires light here. Dark, dark. What about light here? Does light require anything? Yeah, there's no restrictions on light cells whatsoever, except for the rules of symmetry and the rules of areas. So the light cells are restricted only by symbols. There's no rules for the light cells. So light can just go anywhere. If light's not associated with a symbol, it could just go anywhere, and it doesn't matter. So it's really just what I am restricted from placing dark cells. Any dark cells in here need to go out either this way or this way. Which does not make the pattern. The pattern is still safe. If this is dark, this needs to be light. Does that mean anything? I don't think it does. I think it does not mean anything. If this is light, then this needs to be dark, right? If this is light, then dark needs to escape here. So maybe this is the trick. If this is light here, then this dark has to come out here. So this needs to be light to avoid the pattern. So this needs to be dark. So this needs to be light to avoid the pattern, and this needs to be light to avoid the pattern. We now have like this wall of light here on the edge. So then the dark needs to come out further. Only one of these two could be dark. The other one needs to be light. Just in general, no more than one of these two can be dark. Does that mean anything? Is that real? No more than one of these two can be dark. But they can both be light, as near as I can tell. Sure, yeah, why not? Same here. I guess there's something to be said about this 5 being a little bit restricted. Or restrictive. Like, this 5 limits how many light cells I can place in this area. But then I could just place light cells and not have them be connected to the 5. 5 isn't really doing anything, is it? Maybe the trick is the 4 or the 6. Maybe that's where I'm supposed to be able to get any further action. Like, for this to be light means this is light, and that's all of this, right? That needs to then be sealed off. What does that mean if that gets sealed off at that point? Does it mean anything? Light, light. 3 dark, dark, dark. And then these dark either need to connect down to the bottom or connect up to the top. Either or. Both are valid. Everything I look at, it's like, yeah, no, you could do 2 different things and both are fine and none of it is a problem. And if this is dark, this then needs to be light to avoid the pattern. And then what? Like, that doesn't take me anywhere either. Starting to get mildly frustrated. You'd think I'd have this figured out, but apparently not. All right, what if these two are separated? What if these two are not touching at all, right? Dark, 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 dark. Then this 6 has to spread out in some way. Can I do it such that the dark can leave through here? Probably. If 6 would just go all the way out to here and then let the dark just spread. Or something. All right, this tile. If this tile is dark, that gives me some restrictions, right? If this tile is dark, then I have to go light here. I have to go light here. I have to go light here. And I have to go light here. So if this is dark, I actually can't get out. Okay, great. So this has to be light. Which means this spreads this way, and this spreads that way. Right? Because if this was dark, light, 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 and the dark can't leave at all. Yep. So is the same hold true here? Like, if this is dark, this ends up being light. It's not actually preventing anything from happening. This doesn't need to be light, right? I don't have any restrictions on the light being alone. This could still be dark here. This light doesn't need to be connected to the 5. Are there rules about the way these connect? They can't both be dark, because that would make the pattern. But either one of them could be light, and the other could be dark. Alright, if this is connected to the Lotus, then it has to connect to the 5. So this can't be connected to the Lotus. So one of these two must be dark. Which means the other one must be light. Because otherwise pattern. But that means the Lotus isn't connected to anything out here. Right? If it's not connected to these two, then it's not connected to these two. I mean, we already knew the 5 wasn't connecting to the Lotus, but it's still, so it is still possible for the Lotus to connect to the 4. That would have to be dark light in order for the Lotus to connect to the 4. If it's dark light, so if this is dark here, I think that's actually how it's going to work. So let's try it the other way. If this is light, this has to be dark. No. If this is dark, this has to be light? Yeah. If this is dark, this has to be light. Which means this has to be dark. And then this needs to connect out. So we have dark here. Which means this has to be light. Because we have 3 dark here in a row. Dark, light, dark. And then this has to be dark, because the 4 can't connect in. That doesn't matter. Forget about that for now. We're looking at light, dark, light. No. We're looking at dark, light, dark. That's what we're looking at. Is this impossible? Dark, light, dark. So this comes out to here, dark. So this is light. Dark, light, dark, light, dark. So this needs to extend. And that means the 5 needs to come out this way. Wait. If we have dark, light, dark. Dark, light, dark. This needs to come out here. So both of these need to be light. Because this dark can't get out. Because the dark here would also make the pattern. This is a lot to think about. So we have dark, light, dark. This has to come out to here. Light, light. This has to come out to here. These can't both be dark. One of these two has to be light. Which means this dark connects to everything under here. Good. Wait, why can't these both? Oh, they can't be both dark because that makes the pattern. Yep. Yep. And if one of these is light, this dark is sealed off. So it has to go down to here. Likewise across these two, right? One of these can be dark. They can't both be dark. Can they both be light? No. So one dark, one light across these two. Which means these two are paired. Whatever this is, this is. So light, light, dark, or dark, dark, light. If this is dark, this is light. This is light. This is light. Dark has to go down to here. if dark is here, this needs to be dark. Is that legal? If this is dark, this needs to be dark. This needs to be light. This needs to be light. Fine. One of these two is dark. They cannot both be dark. Yeah, exactly one of these two is dark. Ugh, I'm getting a lot of that. Exactly one of these two is dark as well. Because you have the two. Can't make the pattern. Same here. Exactly one of these two and exactly one of these two. We have the same pairing, right? These two are paired. And that doesn't mean anything. That still doesn't mean anything. These two are opposite. But they could both be light. No, they could both be light, I think. These could both be light. No, if these are both light, the dark is trapped forever. And they can't both be dark because of the pattern. One light, one dark here. Given this, light here requires light there exactly, and then dark all the way around. Light there requires dark there. Okay, so if these two are light, which if this is light, this is light. That makes dark there and dark there. So this would need to be light. And then this would need to be dark, which makes dark, 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 dark. Okay, so these can't both be dark. Okay. Or can't both be light, rather. And if one of them is dark, the other is dark. Right? If this is light, this is dark. Can this be light? Interesting. They can't both be light. And if this is light, this is light. So this has to be dark, which means this has to be light. Because I can't make the pattern. So this has to go through here like that. And now I can't make the pattern. One of these two is dark, that's fine. This needs to come out that way, so there. Is there a problem with these two connecting? There is not. But now this is connected to either this, or neither, I guess. Kind of making progress. One of these is dark, the other is light. If this is dark, this is light. One of these two is guaranteed light, which will seal off the rest of this. If this is dark, this has to be dark, so this has to be light. Great. Great, where to from here? Oh, what a mess. This feels like it needs to be easier than this. For this to be a 5 dot and not any kind of star difficulty, I feel like I should have found something a little bit easier to hook into by now. Like, I've gotten some value out of understanding evens and odds when it comes to symmetry, but not enough. I'm wondering if maybe there's more to it. So, like, this I just know that they need to be disconnected or something because there's an insight I haven't had. This can connect, right? If this connects, white, then this has to be sealed off. Dark, dark, dark. Which means these two have to be light. And dark here means this has to connect out. Which means light, dark. I don't know what else that means. Is there a way for this 6 and this to connect at this point? If these two connect, it has to be exactly these 6, I think. Dark, dark, light, light, dark, dark, dark. Is that legal? Maybe? Yeah, if these connect, here, for example, needs to go exactly there. These connect here. Now I need 2 more, and it can't be these 2. This is already sealed off, so it has to be these 2. Yeah, no matter what, if these connect, it's these 6 exactly. Dark, dark, dark. Light, light. Light here, and light here, so dark, dark, dark. Which means light here, which means dark, dark, which means light there, so as to not make the pattern. Yeah, if this goes up here, light, light. Yeah, the premise is this 6 is these. This 6 is these 2 are connected. If these 2 are connected, dark. So light. And then it can't be here, because connecting here means like that, and then it needs 2 more, and it has to be these 2. So the 4 is here, which means dark, dark, which means this has to be light to prevent the pattern, which means this is trapped. So I think these 2 can't connect, is the direction I am leaning here. If this is light at all, now this has to be dark, which means this has to be light. 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 Which means dark. Which, okay, yeah. If this is dark at all, why does this have to be light? At all. This is light here. Oh, if this is dark, this needs to be light. So if this is dark at all, if this is dark, then we have light here to prevent the pattern. So this is light. I should have just taken this to paint years ago. Jeez, what am I even doing here? But that means light, dark, light, dark, 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 light here. This light, that light does in fact seal this off because these two can't connect here either. One of these two is light. Okay, so these two, this needs to do that. First off. Can this go light, light? That would be dark here and light there, and then this is trapped, so no. And it can't go light up. And it can't go light here, so it has to just be literally this. Okay. Progress, maybe. That has to go here, this has to go there. This has to go up like that. So that has to go there and there. Okay. Now I feel like I can maybe do something with this 5. I can maybe have knowledge here. I don't think these can connect, because then this needs to come up to here. And then this needs to be dark. So dark, dark. This needs to be light. So this needs to be dark. That's fine. That's fine, actually. If these connect, this has to go dark to here. And dark to here. Which means this has to be light. So this can't connect. Do you need to seal something off here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? And then dark just goes through here? I think this needs to connect down here and then go up and around. I think. I believe. Not sure, but I believe. Man, this being a 5, that's something that I disbelieve. This is low. So if this is connecting to these lights, then it can't connect to this. If this is connected up here, it would need to connect. It would need to not connect these lights. Right? Because then 2 more. So it could go like here and here. Which does seal this off. Then that requires dark, dark. So light, so dark. So it doesn't need to connect to these lights, but I think it does need to seal off this location. I think we can't go dark across here. Right? If this is dark here, and this is dark here, that's light. That's light. If this is dark, then this needs to be light. which means dark, which means light. Can these both be dark? Light. If these are both dark, this needs to be light and this needs to be light, which is not allowed. If this is dark, yeah, these can't both be light. These two are paired and are opposite from this. This is 1 and 1. So if this is dark, then this needs to be light. So this needs to be dark. So this needs to be light. Sure. Which means this can't go out that way. Because if this is light, this can't go out that way. And if this is dark, this needs to be light, which means this can't go out that way. So this is coming up through here. This is always coming up through here. So this needs to go there, there, there. All right, more progress being made. That's great. I love it. You love to see progress. Progress is great. All right, so if this is dark, that requires light, light, and light, light. If this is dark, this has to be light, and this has to be light, and this has to be light, which is too much. This has to be not dark. This has to be light, which means one of these two completes the 6. Also, this is sealed off here. So this is going around through here and needs to connect through here. Yeah, this needs to be dark. And this needs to be dark, which means this needs to be light, which means this needs to be dark, which means light and light. And dark. Dark? If this is dark, this has to be light. So through here is definitely light. Okay, so now I just have this like long chain of paired lights and darks, and I don't actually know how they interact. Or where to start it or stop it. It's the 5 is probably the key here now. Okay, at this point, the 5 needs to be connected to these two, right? 2, no. Yeah, because the most it can get otherwise is 4. So if it's connected to these two, then it's 1, 2, or 1, 2, and the rest is dark? Like, these need to be sealed off otherwise? Yeah, 1, 2, because this is 1, 2, 3, so 1, 2, or 1, 2. Which means this and this are guaranteed dark. Oh, that's not true. Because it could be 1, 2. But this is guaranteed dark. Yeah, this is guaranteed dark. So that means this is light here. So dark, dark. Light. And if this is here, then this needs to be light, which means these need to be dark, which means this needs to be light, which means this needs to be dark, this needs to be light. Holy, what a mess. What a fiasco to get through this. Good heavens. That took so long. God, this His enclave is just unreasonable. His whole enclave is a problem. Starting to see what Ender was talking about. Not just the navigation. Don't make this pattern. Okay. Well, that's a lot of patterns to not ever be able to make. Don't make 4 light in a row. And don't make a checkerboard. That's a lot of patterns. Okay. Okay. So, now what? Can these be light? Sure. Can these be dark? Sure. Okay, if it's dark and dark, which I think is unlikely, then we can't make checkerboard patterns. So both of these would need to be dark, right? I can't put a light here because that makes a checkerboard. And I can't put a light here because that makes a checkerboard. So both of these would need to be dark, which makes this pattern. So this has to be light, which means dark on either side of it. Now, either both of these are dark or both of these are light, so both have to be light. And then what? I don't know. And then what? I don't know. Wait, can I just... Oh, no. I can't make a column of light because I can't make 4 in a row for light. These can't both be dark, and these two have to be paired, so they have to both be light. Which means dark, 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 dark. Which means dark, dark, which means light. And light, and light, and light, and light. And what else does that mean? These can't all be light. So at least dark, dark, light, or light, light, dark. Light, dark makes a checkerboard. So it's got to be dark, dark, light. We did it. Progress. This has to be light. Which means this can't be dark. Which means these have to be dark. Which means these have to be dark. Which means these have to be light. And now we're in the same situation as before. Light, dark, light, illegal. So dark and light. Great. All right. Now we're working on some real solves. Now we're getting some solves here. Feeling a little bit better about how things get solved. Things are actually becoming solved. That feels good. I like it. I like it when I can solve things. Where is my bouncy pad? Somewhere down here is a bounce pad. No, I gotta get all the way down there to bounce back up here? Ugh, gross. Okay. And as long as I'm down here, oh my god, it's got a star on it. Wow, this enclave is so long! There's so much enclave in this enclave! Alright, here we go. Here we go. Now we're going. All dark regions have area 4. All dark regions have area 4. Okay. Every dark, area 4. Happy to hear it. I love that for me. How do we start? Well, at the very least, if this is light, this would have to be light, which is illegal. So this has to be dark. If this is light, light, which is illegal, this has to be dark. If this is light, illegal, dark, which means dark. Must remember to mirror things. If this is light, illegal, so dark. This needs dark here. And this needs exactly... Okay, this can't be dark now, so that's light. Dark needs to be area 4. Now what? This can't be light, because that would connect here. Light here means light there, means failure, so dark. Light here would mean light there for symmetry, which is failure. So this has to be dark, which means this is area 4. So, like that. This needs to go up. That can't connect. That's sealed off. That's 4. This has to be dark. So that has to be dark. This has to be dark. Not to jinx things or anything, but this sure is moving faster than that 5. I think I just jinxed things. Why right as I say that do the clues dry up? Excuse you. Why is my life ruled by narrative irony? All right. Here would make lights here, which seems plausible. This needs to be dark here. Can these connect? They can. These can also connect. Dark here, though, is illegal. Because that would make 5s no matter where else I put the dark. So here and here. Which means that needs to be dark. And also that needs to be dark, which means we have our 4. Which means that, which means this comes out here, this comes out here. That's dark, so this is dark. Do I know that? Yes, I do know that. This cannot connect here, so that's dark. This is dark, and that's a 4. This needs to come out, which means that's dark, and that's dark. This needs to be light, so this needs to be dark. One of these two is dark, the other is light, which means this is part of a 4 already, so this is light and this is light. Well, this is actually possible to connect to the light. Like, this could conceivably connect here. Wait, can it? If this connects there... then this is illegal, huh? Because these can't just be light straight down. So this can't connect to that. Tricky. One of these two. The rest is already sealed. And this needs 2 more, which cannot be 1, 2. But it can be 1, 2. And it can be 1, 2. And it can be 1, 2. So nothing conclusive there either. All right, I guess it's time to engage mentalpaint.exe. Imagine dark, dark. Then we have light, light, which means dark, which means light, light, which means dark necessarily. Which means dark, dark, which is illegal. So it can't be dark, dark. Which means this has to be dark. And connected, so this has to be light here. Now what? Dark here requires light, light. Which then requires dark here with not enough room to expand. Either this or this is dark. Could be both. But this dark has to be separated from here. Right? Because that would make 5. So it has to be these 4 exactly. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, this was way easier than the 5. Difficulty rankings. Pachoom. 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 Pachoom! Lucky. All right, well, sure. We can just do that. If this connects up, it doesn't have to connect down. It can just be a line here to make the 9. This cannot connect here, though, because that's too much. And in fact, it needs 1 more, so it can't be either of these 2 either. It has to be exactly that. This does have to connect up to here, but it's unclear how it's connecting. This is 5. So here would make 9, so it can't be that. So it's got to be exactly here. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nice. That's a lot of things. That's a whole lot of things. Okay, well, these two can't talk to each other. They cannot be connected. So, that means that. And that. Which means that. And does not mean anything else. These two cannot be connected. So that means this. Which means this, necessarily. This actually is known. You do the same thing here. Same thing here. And here as well. This can't connect there. So that's sealed off. That means that. Did these two connect? Sure. Yeah, why not? Absolutely, they could. If this connects here, that means it connects here. Which means we'd have to take this and put it on either side. Which is, in fact, still symmetric, so possibly. This can't connect to that. That needs that now. That's there. Likewise, this is there, and this is here. Which means that's separated, that's separated. This has this here, which means that connects there, which means that connects here, which means that makes this for symmetry, and this makes this for symmetry. This needs to be like... Cool. Cool. Cool puzzle. All right, where is the last pillar? I think it's on top. Which means we need to get out of this bottom area somehow. Also, I guess we can go here first. Don't make this pattern. Okay. All right. Let's not make that pattern. If this is dark, this would have to be dark. So these must both be light. This has to be dark here. This is interesting. Can these connect? No. Which means that's there, which means this is here and here and here. And these can't connect, so this is here. And here. Which means this. And doesn't mean anything else. Now these two can either be dark or light, but they can't be dark, so they must be light. This now can't connect here, so this has to be dark. These two, either dark or light, but they have to be the same, and they can't be dark, so they must be light. These can't connect, which means this has to be light now, so this has to be light. These can't connect, which means light. Cool. All right. That ended up coming together. That's good. What are we doing about these armillary rings? I think we are finding a spot. Pachum? Pachum! Aw, I was wrong. I was misinformed. Pachum? Pachum! That feels good. Yeah, I think I need to do this pillar on the other side. Whoa! Whoa there, buddy! Maybe less bouncing. I think I need to actually do it from the... Oh, hello, friend. Hang on, hang on. New friend discovered? Heck yeah. Oh boy. Okay. So that goes here and here, and therefore here, and therefore this goes here and here. Connect those. Connect those. These can't connect. That's light. So this is light. This could still connect here. Oh, okay. This is against the wall here, so these need to both be light. Which means this needs to go like this. And then have dark there, so that means dark there. And dark there. These lights here mean lights here, which means light there. And these lights here mean lights here. Great. This can't connect here, so that's got to be dark, so this has got to be dark. And this means light here and here, which means light here. These puzzles are everywhere, man. Just absolutely everywhere. Also, hello. This place is so big. Okay, time to do a symmetry. That goes here and here and here. Great. All right, now this one. This goes like that. And then that. And then that. And then this. And then, yes, this. All right, and then this needs to symmetry. So that goes up here, up there, 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 across. Love it. And this needs that, and that. And can I just draw the rest of the owl? All right, good. Did I get all the things I wanted in here? Maybe. There might be more things, unclear. But we want to go back to the top. And the way that I know to do that is like this. Didn't work. Maybe I go back to the top by falling off. So I'm not sure that I can actually make it the direction I want to make it. This looks like a Pachoom. Pachoom! And you as well? Oh, not from this angle. Where do I gotta get you from? Up there, I suppose. But first, this bad boy. Okay, okay. Okay. Do I have confirmation that these can't touch? Yes. What about these? Same deal. Okay, cool. This 3 now is actually heavily restricted, right? If it goes left, if it touches this, that's bad. So the furthest it can go left is here, which means it's going to need this regardless. So then it's either here or here, and these two can't touch here, which means that. I think these two cannot touch, because if these two touch, then, yeah, no. Great. These two likewise? We've already determined that they can't touch, so also they can't touch. I'll believe that. That means that can't touch. Means this can't connect, because that's too many, so this has to be like that. Does this connect? That's a good question. It sure can't connect here, can it? Nope. So this must connect here. If this 5 gets to either of these two, it's busted. 1, 2, so it has to go up here. 3, 4. Could be 5 here. I don't know anything more about this yet. This could be light, for example, as long as this was dark. But no, the most this can go... Yeah, this needs to be light here now. And this can go here, but it can't go here. So that's 4, so this needs to go at least that far. And then it can't connect here, so that needs to be light. And that's dark, and that's light. Great. Level up? Sweet. I don't know what that gets me, but something. Don't make this pattern. Okay. Don't make this pattern. Okay. Don't put a... Wow. Never put a dark cell next to a dark cell. Okay. Can't make a pattern of some kind. And I can't make dark, light, dark. So... that needs to be dark. That needs to be dark. What else? What else? What else? No light cells touch... No dark cells touching dark cells, so... That's great. Don't make that pattern. And then no dark, light, dark. So dark, light, dark, dark, light, dark, dark, light, dark, dark, light, dark. And then no 3 in a row. And then no light cells touching, no dark cells touching dark cells. And then no dark, light, dark. Sure. Fine. Love it. All of these things that you've done are great. You've certainly done some things. Where am I going from here? Have I not resolved this armor? I have. Okay, good. There's a thing in the log. Let's deal with that. Get dealt with. Huh! Okay. Dark. 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 Light. That's the edges handled. Now, what cannot touch? These two cannot touch. These two can touch. That's fine. These can't. I think that's all of the cannot touches. Although I'm sure I will learn more about cannot touch in the near future. This needs symmetry. This needs symmetry. This needs symmetry. Oh, okay. That needs symmetry. That needs symmetry. That needs symmetry. This can't touch this light, so... And that needs symmetry. This... Definitely can't touch that. And... That... And that needs to be light, so that needs to be light. And if this is dark, then this is dark. Which actually looks... No, because this is... This would be in this location. So... Can't touch there, which means can't touch there. All right. Now you, buddy, pal, if you touch there, that means we go there and touch there, which is illegal, so don't. Great, great. You can't touch there, so don't. You can't touch that, so don't. Hey! We did come out here specifically for another Pillar of Insight, so let's find that Pillar of Insight. Boing. As above, so below. You're getting pachumed. Just you wait. There it is. I see the line. Aww. Okay, wait. The line is still there. The line is still there. Pachoom! Dang. Was narrow. This definitely cannot touch anything here. Or there. What else do we know about this? This cannot... Here we go. That needs to be dark. So that needs to be dark. So this needs to be light. So this needs to be light. Perfect. That took me longer than I needed it to. Let's go grab some insights. That's dark. That's light. That's light. So that's light. So that's light. That's dark and dark. So that's light. That's light. Hello? Let's see here. So if this is light, this is light, and what does that mean for me? I don't think that means anything. I don't think anything, like, it's not going to cause any problems. I mean, this can't connect, right? This and this, right? So these can't connect. So something here needs to be dark. And it cannot be dark light. It can be dark light. Dark light, light, and then dark, and then dark. Yeah, easy. I don't... These can't both be dark. And dark light does work. And dark light does work. Why? How is this 1 star? What am I doing wrong? Not star. It's 1 circle. It's 1 dot. I am doing something horribly wrong here. What am I doing wrong? This can be light if this is dark. Is there some deep insight I'm supposed to be able to glean from this? This is a 1. Why is this a 1? I disagree. Huh? Because I'm not worried about vertical symmetries. Like, this could go up or not, and it doesn't make a difference. Very confused. What if... What if I was very confused? How did I end up with this? Oh, because this started there. Yeah, okay. Whatever... okay, so there's cross-color symmetry that I can compare here, right? If this is dark, this is dark. If this is light, this is light. Fine. If this is dark, this is dark. If this is light, this is light. Fine. How do I turn that into progress? This is dark and dark. Then this can't connect to that dark because of this. Meanwhile, this can connect to... This can fill that space, however. Why is this so weird? Is this guaranteed? Does this need to be light? If this is dark, this needs to be light. If this is light, this can't be light. So no, that's not mirrored. Because that can't extend to there. These two can't touch. So these can't both be light. And these can't both be dark. So it has to be 1 and 1. And it could be either or. Eh? Oh, I'm so confused. I'm so confused. This feels like it's leading me towards an insight I don't have. but somehow it's doing it through a one dot that feels impossible. Like, I appreciate that they're going to give me another tool to solve these puzzles, because I clearly need it. But, like, what am I missing? It's not a new insight? Am I dumb? Lotuses cannot connect to a tile if the reflection of that tile is the opposite color. Okay. Lotuses cannot connect to a tile if the reflection of that tile falls outside the boundaries of the grid. Great. Multiple lotus symbols in the same connected region, but if two lotus symbols are pointing the same direction, they can only be connected if they share the same axis. Great. What am I doing wrong? None of that tells me anything. If this is light, then this is dark because of the null. If this is dark, then this is light because of the dark reflection. That's fine. They can't both be dark, they can't both be light. They have to be one and one, but either one seems legal. Like, this is a one dot. I shouldn't have to think this hard. Foresight? What am I missing? Uh-huh. Oh! I'm literally just blind is the problem. Okay, cool. Cool. Yes, no, this needs to be dark because this has symmetry also, and then this has symmetry. Oh, God. This is still like one and one, right? Like, this could be light, this could be either one, could be either one. Yeah, because I don't have this here. And this on its own doesn't mean anything. This get dark on both of these. This is not connected to anything. This can't go all the way. Oh, no. This can't. This has to go here. Right. They have to be separated. Which means this chains. Which means this has to go here and here. Wow, that took forever. I just didn't read? I just stopped reading at some point, I guess? I don't understand. Alright, this can't be light, because this can't, because the symmetry, yeah, so this is dark, so this is dark. So this is light, because that. This is light, because that. This is dark, because that. This is light, because that. This is light here, and that's dark. Oh my god. I don't know. Yeah, I was just like, it's gotta be. I just didn't see it. I just didn't see it forever. And it was like literally the most basic, like, yeah, as above, so below, and as left, so right. Huh, okay. Draw the shapes. That's got to be there. 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 Those can't touch because they won't be symmetric, so there, which means there. This can't touch because that's got to be symmetric, so there, so there. Symmetry here. And then this needs that there, and there, and there. Just know what you're not allowed to connect to, and then don't connect to it. Easy. These can't connect. These can't connect. This can't connect. There we go. That's what I'm missing. Nope, that one. These can't connect, so that one. Which means that, which means that, which means that. And this can't connect here, so that and that. Yikes. Yikes. Big yikes. For some reason, like, this very basic, bare bones cross symmetry thing is just completely messing me up. And I don't know why. But it's really messing me up bad. Like, it's really hard for me to somehow make things symmetric. I don't know. I don't know why. Remarkably difficult. There also. These are the same. Yeah, there we go. It's legitimately weird just how many different rules come from the basic reflection symmetry. Like how the logic chains together from step to step. I suppose. That needs to be that, so that. That can't be that, so there. So there, so there. What's legitimately weird to me is how easy it is to miss. Like, I don't know how I stalled out for so long on the just, like, it's white. So the other side of the symmetry thing also has to be white. Like, you just it's just the thing. You just do the thing. And I didn't see the thing. Do we need to get up there? Don't remember. Probably. There. Okay, do I have this on the other side? I think I need to be doing this every time I run into a hidden gate. Do I have that gate on the other side? Tread lightly, little one. You can't make me. here. I think I need to be here. Tricky. Pachoom? I think Pachoom. Pachoom! Got him. All right. The Pachoom. Engage the Pachoom. No, we're not going home yet. So I still need to find 7 more logic grids. I'm sure they're all over the place, I'm sure. And at least 2 more hidden archways. Like that one, maybe. Oh, okay. You got it, buddy. Can these touch? If these touch, that's to here. If these touch, you're screwed, so no. Still can't touch. Also, likewise here, can't touch. Why is this? Ah, that's there because it's starter. Whereas if I connect this, this has to go here and connects here, which is illegal. So can't connect there. This can't connect. It's got to go there. These two we've decided can't connect. Nice. Did I get you on the other side? I sure did. Oh. Okay, that means that. This means that. And this means that, which means that. Which means that? No. Yeah, both of those are already sealed off. That's correct. Great. Love that for you. This here means that, which means that. This would mean 1, 2, 3. So this has to be that. Great. Which means that's connected there in that way. Thusly, this can't connect to that. Which means that. And then this has to be light, so light. Cool. Cool. Yeah, you know what? Everybody's been talking about how much they hate this Enclave. I'm on board. I kind of hate this Enclave. This Enclave makes me feel dumb. In addition to the, like, navigation shenanigans, I specifically, these kinds of puzzles just make me really, like, not able to figure out what I'm doing for some reason. I don't know what it is. Can we get up there? How do I get up there? Here, probably. Great. Now, where is this stuff mirrored? Because it's not mirrored on the bottom of here. Nor is it mirrored over there, I don't think. On the opposite side, maybe? Or is there just no mirroring for some of those? Well, there's stuff down here. I see. That's mirrored there. Okay. Did I ever go down here? Let's find out. I totally did. No problem. Alright, that gate's mirrored. This is pretty cool, honestly. Like, this... I understand what they're doing with the Enclave. I think the concept is really neat. And I wholeheartedly agree with everyone who said that this is a pain to navigate. Are there any other obvious things that I need to check about their pairings? Did I get that? On the other side? I think I did. Yeah, totally. Suspicious. Did I get that on the bottom? I don't want to go to the bottom and check. I don't want to go down there. I'm missing 5 logic grids and at least 1 archway. Well, also at least 5 logic grids, I guess. It's kind of a lot to be missing still. 1! Okay, area numbers. I can do area numbers. This cannot be light because of that thing. These can be light. Light here would extend too far, so no, this has to be dark. Which means this can't connect to either of those. Which means it connects there. Which means that, and dark there. These can't touch. These can't touch. 1, 2, 3, 4, so this has to go at least up to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So at least through there. Some of these buttons are mandatory. If this connects there, that means it connects there and connects there, which it can't. So these can't touch, which means this can't connect. Means this is one like that, and this is that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't touch there. 5 there. Great. Did I get its opposite? I sure did. Oh. Look who's missing. Pachoo? Pachoo. Should I get a laser gun emote for Jim the Pachoon? Uh-oh. A's and B's, huh? Alright. Connect all dark cells. Okay. Okay. B can go around A. A can, in theory, go around... No, can't go around B. A has to go through B, so B has to go around A. So B has to do this. And then here. Alright, what do I know about symmetry? All dark cells need to be connected. Okay, all dark cells needs to be connected means every dark cell will be connected to the symmetry. So this here means exactly the same on the opposite. Which I guess means all light cells also need to be symmetric? Because otherwise they would be dark cells? And symmetric? Yes. So there, here, there, here, there. Here. Fascinating. A can't go this way, so it has to go this way. And I guess it could connect in the center? No, it can't connect in the center, because then the dark cells wouldn't be touching this dark cell. So A has to be not in the center and still away from B, so here. And this is all A. And this is all B. And then this needs to be dark in the center. A is connecting here and here. This needs to go up to the thing. A. Can this be A? If this is A, dark, B, dark. Alright, what if B goes through here? Dark, A, dark. Regardless, does this need to be dark here? Not necessarily. Yes, necessarily, because dark needs to get connected to the center. And it needs to come around like this. All the way around. Dark, dark. And then connect. Oh, so this isn't A, but it still can't connect to B because it's A on the other side. That's interesting, actually. That this this set of light cells has to follow the same rules as the A cells because it's mirrored, even though the symbol isn't actually present. Also, if the symbol were present, it would mess things up because then the A's would have to be connected. So this makes sense that they did it this way, but it's interesting. I like that one. I think I finally found one of these puzzles like, oh, I like that. I like the way that played out. See you, buddy. Yes, good. This now cannot connect there, so mark that off. This has light there, so there. Light there, so there. Dark. Light. Dark. This is symmetrical. This is symmetrical. This is symmetrical. And then this also is symmetrical. Symmetrical. Can't connect there. Very cool. This means that. Can't get to there, so can't connect here. This means that. This is can't connect there. All right, lotuses. Ladies and gentlemen, lotuses. Not sure if I got that on the opposite side, actually. I feel like there may have been one here that I just walked past. No, I actually got it. Great. Yeah, this one I hadn't gotten yet, though. Oh, yeah, okay. Connect all dark cells, but now the light cells need to be symmetric here, but not necessarily the rest of the cells. Oh, but C needs to go through symmetry. Oh, that's funny. Okay. So C needs to go through symmetry. Which means, yeah, because it can't come up around A any other way. So wherever C is, it's here and here. All dark cells are connected. And this is fixed. Let's see. C is fixed here. C has to come across here, right? Because A is going here. B is going around. B is going around. Let's deal with that. But that means that this has to connect to here, so dark has to go through here. To this. C is symmetric. So anything that's touching C has to be symmetric. Everything else doesn't need to be, but only the things that are touching C need to be symmetric. And now C needs to come out. And then this needs to go down here and touch that. Great. B needs to go out through there and connect and not touch C. So there. A needs to go through here, which means the darkness needs to come out that way. Neat. All right. Yeah. Neat. Oh, yeah, okay. No, I appreciate the time check. And also, I think I do just want to get this resolved and out of the way. I think that's accurate. So, I know I am missing at least one hidden archway that is symmetric. So there is some hidden archway that I've collected that I have not collected its opposite number. That one, maybe? No, I think I got that one, actually. I guess I'm not sure. No, I am sure. Does this puzzle have an opposite? Like, this and that are symmetric. So where is the opposite of that island? Up there? Did I ever go up there? I don't think I ever went up there. Huh. Or is on the axis of symmetry. Yeah, okay, that's also believable. Oh, God. Bonking into hidden gates. Yeah, okay. I just straight up never went over here. Very neat. And what are we doing? All light regions have area 5. Really? Okay. Oh, because the last time I did this, it was dark regions have area 4. And it's the same initial setup. Wow, that's so smart. I appreciate what they're doing here. All right, so this can't connect to that. So dark and dark. This can't connect to that because it would connect here. So it can't connect to this because it would connect here. So that, and symmetrical, and escape because area 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 can't connect. And now we get to play odds and evens. This is a 3, so it needs a pair attached to it, or 2 1s. It can't get 2 1s, so it needs a pair. So that has to be exactly this. Cool. I like this puzzle. Once I figure out where to go from here, I'm sure I will like this puzzle. This can't be light, because light regions have area 5. This has to be dark here in the corner. This light can't connect there. Which means in order for it to have area 5, it has to be exactly this. I think? Yeah, I think so. So this needs to go up. And now it needs 3 more. Which, if it's left and right, would be 4 because of symmetry. So it needs to go up in here. And that's 5. Cool. If this connects here, it matches opposite, is exactly 5. This needs to be dark. This can't connect to this, because otherwise that's too many cells. That's more than 5. But I don't have like a fixed, obvious way to get that settled. Can these two touch? Maybe. Could be like, this is a 5? Sure. Can these two touch? Light, light? No, they really can't. Light, light? If this touches that, it's also touching here. So these two definitely cannot touch. What does that mean for how stuff needs to be placed? This is legal. This would then not be legal. This would not be legal. This is legal. This would then be legal, but that's a 1, and it can't keep going up, so it would need also this one. So this, yeah, this one cannot be part of here. So this one can't either, in order for it to retain its parity. Which means it needs to be exactly this. One, two, three, 4, 5. Sure. And then it either touches here or it takes these two. That's fine. That means this can't be light, because then that would extend. This now is dark here. So that needs to be up here, and then that is a 5. Means this needs to be there. And cannot then go right, because that would be a 6. So it needs to go down and make its 5. These then can't be light. And this is the only way to make a 5. Heck yeah. Good puzzle, honestly. Like, I feel good about that one. Give me more miracle cubes. And there is some hidden archway that I seem to be missing. I don't think there's actually any hidden archway on the parry line. Or on the symmetry line, rather. So which archway do I think I'm missing? I know I have that one. I know I have that one. I got that one. Well, I don't have this one on either side. So let's get that one here as well. Where was that? Sticking out of here? Sure. Cool, that worked out pretty well. 7 still available. At least one of which is a hidden archway. And could very well be more other things, right? Could be logic grids, could be armillary rings. Probably not armillary rings. You'd think I'd notice those. But there's a lot of things that you'd think I'd notice that I have persisted in not noticing. But there's got to be at least one more logic grid. And I kind of want to do a little cruise in here, see if I can find it. I certainly don't know which logic grids I have gotten the matched set of. That I'm very far away from. Hello? That's a weird poly. Thought I heard another archway here. I know I got that set. I don't know if I got this set, actually. I did not. That was the one I was missing. I say the one I was missing, as if I was only missing one. More fool I for believing that. Probably missing more. Oops. It really is just placing me, like... It feels like it's placing me somewhere at random whenever I fall. I don't feel like it's any kind of consistent about where it puts me back on the map. Alright, so there's at least one paired logic grid that I'm missing, too. Oh, no, that one is on the line. You can see where the dots are. That kind of tells you whether it's on the symmetry line or not. That's really funny. Okay, so there might not be a paired logic grid that I'm missing. Or there might be an even number of paired logic grids that I'm missing. Or I'm missing some other pairs of things. It wouldn't actually surprise me at this point. No, I have to be missing at least one logic grid. Yeah. I have to be missing at least one logic grid, which means I am missing probably 2 logic grids. And it wouldn't surprise me if the rest of what I am missing is hidden archways. Those are pretty easy to miss. Seems like the kind of thing that I would miss if I were a person who is into missing things. Did get this one right? Yes, good. Good. Alright, drop me. Where did I end up? Huh. I wonder if it drops you... Oh, no. This time it dropped me at the end. Okay. So sometimes it drops me at the end. Not always, but sometimes. And sometimes it almost seems like it's dropping me, like, on the top half version of whatever location I was in. Which is also interesting. I'm sure I got that. I think I got that. Yeah, I did get that. Let's double check that I got this. Yep, I did. The point you're eventually done with this kind of searching, there's a save game analyzer third-party tool which will show you where your unsolved puzzles are. That's very cool. That is definitely a thing that it seems like would be useful to have. Wait a minute. I heard a hidden thing. Maybe I did not heard a hidden thing. No. All right, kill me. I heard a hidden thing, it would have been here on the top half also. Which, like, definitely would have spotted that. Running around this area as I have been. It is time for a warning. There has been a time warning. And I am deciding how much time I want to spend cruising around looking for logic grids that I missed. At least another minute or so. You did not use the ritual wording for the time warning. However, I am neither that spiteful nor that pedantic. Cubes? Y'all got cubes out here? Cubes there. Cubes here? Oh! That was a thing! I don't know what thing it was, but that was definitely a thing. Oh my god. Just go into the... Yeah. Oh dear. And there's going to be a similar one of these down below, which is exciting. That's a lot of rules to follow. We got these rules to follow. We got these pills to swallow. What does this mean for me? Do I know how to follow all these rules? I know how to follow some of these rules. We know this rule combination definitely means some things. So this also includes an implicit don't make checkerboard, right? Because of the checkerboard lemma. So these can't both be dark. In addition to, these can't both be light. I don't have any outer chains that I know I need to make. So there's that. But I know that this dark needs to connect to these darks. Through here. And light can go around. Or this can, like... There's multiple different ways for this to connect. Light can go through here, even. And dark can go through there and through there. Don't make this path. Okay, so this cannot be light and light. Right? We know those rules. In addition to, it can't be light and dark. So it has to be dark on one side, light on the other. And if this is dark, then we end up with a similar situation here. Dark on one side, light on the other. I'm not going to finish this in a reasonable amount of time. All right, we're going to come back to this. But we are going to come back to this. Cool. All right. I'm torn on whether I like these puzzles, but I certainly am not going to back down from these puzzles. So next time we'll get this one and its opposite.